It is the first session of today. My name is HAVATZELET Yahel. I'm from Ben-Gurion University of the Negev, from Israel, and I'm also a board member of ICOM ICR, and also until recently the editor of our newsletter. And I encourage you all to submit new exhibitions to our website that can help us to promote the information in the public about ICR. So I take this platform to salute you to bring us new things to publish. Welcome to all of you. I understand that most of our speakers are here today. One is missing due to the COVID-19, as I heard just now. So the COVID not only influence us in the museums, but also affect our daily life and our friends within our community. So let's hope it'll be everyone that is ill and also members of our community to be healthy as soon as possible. I'll start. This panel is composed, all of it composed of online but local people from Georgia. I understand that some of them, maybe all of them, will be give the presentation not in English, so it will be translated to English for us. And without further ado, I want to introduce our first panelist, Salome.
I'll pronounce my name. If you
TSISKARISHVILI.
Please,
TSISKARISHVILI.
My name is always, surname is always trouble, makes trouble. So I am Salome TSISKARISHVILI, and I will present in Georgian, of course.
Okay.
Just share screen.
And she will talk about Georgian Museum values, transformation, and iGeneration. And the floor is yours. We'll give you around 15 minutes. And then we'll move to the second one. Anyone who has a question, please write them down. Put them in chat. And in the end, we will have time for a discussion. Okay, so anyone who has a question, please put your question in chat or write them down for you. And in the end, we'll make a discussion on everyone together. Thank you. Please, the floor is yours, 15 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Greetings to you all. Those that I know, those that I haven't met yet. The topic is Georgian Museums, Values, Transformation, and iGeneration, Young People. This is the topic of my presentation. I tried to fit it into 10 minutes. This is initially what I knew that I was supposed to fit into 10 minutes. And so I wanted to present a wider context to you. And wanted to consider some of the values, but I left it aside because I thought I wouldn't have enough time. All I want to say that the functional illiteracy is a problem that Georgia experiences alongside with many countries. So this digital illiteracy or functional literacy is something new for us. So let me get down to the museum's topics. Our museums, our museum staff, they could be divided into two types or two kinds. Those minority that uses modern principles and methods, and those that are still dormant, they are in the state of lethargy, let's say. They are using old methods and ways to work. And I think my colleagues will agree that this is the situation too. And regrettably, the current situation is such that those that use modern methods are in minority, and what we see is that the museums therefore fail to fulfill their proper roles because of that, and the museums are aloof from life, and actually they are relevant to only a small fraction or fragment of the society, sad as it may seem. And this is at least the typical situation, the way I see it, and it is not surprising, because the museum field, similar to the education system in Georgia practically, is somehow very much dependent on the state, and it's somehow very intimately close to the state. And so, because this is the situation we experience, the challenges that we have. A lot depends upon the authorities, and the major problem is that the state authorities and the government maintains full control and interferes with some of the necessary transformations in their life. So of course they need support, they need to render support, and there is some support, some things are being done, and yet in reality the situation is very different from what could be an ideal one. And because of these very tough links between the museums and dependence of museums upon the state, we are not able to promote our cause and publicly protect our interests and safeguard our interests. Last year, it was very evident when there were two important phenomena that happened in two sectors, in literature and in the museum field. And the museums were not successful safeguarding their interest. The staff at the regional museums are people that basically still continue wanting to go back to the last century ways, or use the last century ways. I'm not saying they are backward, they are excellent people, they are brilliant people, brilliant specialists, but for the simple reason, and because they are lagging behind of the modern developments, they do not have any motivation or ability to keep up pace with the current requirements, with the current developments, and this is the situation. So they cannot respond to the challenges set forth by the digital era, or to fully use the opportunities that the cyberspace offers compared to the iGeneration. So of course this backwardness tells on our reach with the iGeneration. And again, the iGeneration falls into two parts, or can be broken down into two parts: the privileged segment and unprivileged segment. Again, privileged segment are in minority. They have adequate opportunities, they have abilities, they know the languages, they have good access to information, they have relatively good education, they have a proper vision of the future, they have self-esteem and confidence. So these are modern people. And they could inspire elder people to follow them quite often. But sadly, there is an unprivileged segment that makes the lion's share of our youth. Of course, they would love to live better lives, but they do not have sufficient resources, no sufficient access to resources. They are very limited. They don't even know what is it they need in reality for their success, for their development, for their normal lives. They are not even aware of what it is that they need. So one subgroup here are ethnic minorities that do not have a proper mastery of the Georgian language. Their social economic conditions are very often not that satisfactory. That complicates things even further, and not knowing Georgian language is a hindrance. Therefore, these people they use mother tongue as for communication, so they need a lot to be adequately prepared for the modern life. So I have given you quite a stark picture of the current Georgia, but sadly that's what we have. And at the same time, the drastic difference between the privileged segment and unprivileged segment can be also used to the benefit by the museums to work on. So who I call the privileged segment of the youth. These are the contemporary modern people having modern values, and they think their duty to help others to do something. They adhere to high morals, ethical norms, and they stand ready to cooperate, to be volunteers. And it's a great big resource that museums can use also, upon which the museums can rely, and it's a reality. This is only too obvious, and the museums could make a very good use of such people, such enthusiasts. Now, and this is my last slide. In order for the museums to be successful and to play an active role in the real life and to bring some benefit and to be useful to the communities, particularly in the region. Also, there is a big difference between the work of museums in provinces of Georgia in the centers. There are some specifics. And yet this is true for all. In order to be very actively involved in the real life of people, to become a part of this life, there's a lot that museums can do. We have excellent, brilliant examples of our museums doing so well from this point of view. Let me just list a few things that they can do. And out of the many possibilities the museums can use and choose these that are most appropriate, and there are many, many opportunities that one can use. Volunteer-based services, I've already mentioned this. Using volunteers is a very good thing, and it's not only involving or engaging young people. This could be people in a more advanced age. It's very interesting also. And it's quite possible to include seasoned professionals in this volunteer work from various organizations, involved organizations. The lockdown has demonstrated the prospects of such a thing, such a work, and also the preparedness of people and the willingness to work as volunteers. Our museum does have an experience of volunteering and using volunteers, but it's not such a versatile experience that one would wish to have. So this is not diverse, and it's not used fully. It all depends on the habits that are inculcated in this society. The second point that I'm shown is collaboration with NGOs, with universities, with professional societies, with professionals and scientists, and getting some facilitation from them. So they could be more actively attracted and involved by the museums to serve as bridge between the museum and the communities. Even the disseminating information, they can be very efficiently, effectively used to disseminate information. It's particularly relevant in small towns, in contrast to large cities where the access to internet is not that high. So this might be a decisive factor. In respect to NGOs, this could be a problem because in our society for quite a long time, it had been believed that only public organizations are serious and are reliable and can be dealt with, and NGOs are nothing that serious, they can be overlooked. So this is the usual attitude that is still quite rampant here in this country. And at the same time, there are many interesting non-governmental organizations working in various fields of in Georgia, and they're quite strong and they are professionals. And the universities, I know that they are very keen to cooperate with the counterparts of the museums. They are willing to cooperate with the museums. They stand ready to that. To do that, and we have seen many demonstrations of the activities that can be applied, particularly in promoting cooperation with the regional museums. It's not that difficult. All you need is motivation, and the lack of motivation is the only encumbrance, the only barrier. What else I would like to say? I'd like to make a special point of this. The biggest challenge or problem we have is the lack of electronic resources in the Georgian language. One is the lack of resources, and on the other hand, it's the low quality of such resources in the Georgian language. It's a common problem, and again, I can see tremendous opportunities here for museums. They can become a part of addressing this problem, which is very relevant and very burning and very topical for today's society. I have no illusions that only one museum or a group of museums can do it, and other organizations are to be fully involved in that. But active involvement of museums will do a lot, will promote the development of e-resources, the Georgian language, that are fuller and that are of proper quality. A lot can be done from this point of view, but the museums themselves experience this problem that they have very few souvenirs, they, let's say, little resources also. So one can do some combination of the activities. You could somehow invite people to do-it-yourself workshops and promote the museums at one and the same time, to have some art and crafts courses and do some souvenirs, and thereby arise interest or evoke interest of people. So I'm afraid I've taken all of the time allocated for the presentation. Yes, we are going through this crisis, through this pandemic, and this could be something that would promote better thinking. This could be an incentive for us to find non-traditional ways of overcoming, addressing problems. So we could use the better side of this problem. It may engender and evoke motivation and encourage museums to become more efficient under new conditions, under condition of a crisis. There are some museums that are doing well, that have shown good results in doing so, in finding innovative ways to get by in the current situation. And so some museums have tried and have been successful here in Georgia. And one more thing, I'd like to mention one of the presentation that was made yesterday. It was a presentation about the Zagreb Museum that went through the double crisis, and it was an excellent illustration of the fact that one can use a very tough experience as a basis of developing new things, novel approaches, as the basis to analyze things and to draw lessons. And so let me make one more minor comment, not because we have many Chinese participants also, and I love this symbol that you see in my last sign, Yin-Yang symbol, and I'm very fond of this symbol. It denotes the permanent movement, and it denotes the fact that changes are inevitable. There will be changes all the time. So this is an icon of movement and getting and moving ahead. Also, I'd like to say that it's very delightful that such conferences are held in Georgia and with the participation of Georgian people. And so from this respect, I'd like to thank the organizers as well as thank the interpreters, without whom this communication wouldn't have been possible. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Salome. It seems that you used all the 15 and even 16 minutes quite well. Since we are missing one presenter due to illness of coronavirus, I will be more relaxed with the time. I see that there are some questions, but we will keep them to the end in order to have the opportunities for all our participants and presenters to have their time. So without further ado, I'm going to the second presenter, which is going to be, as I understand, Teona. Yes, you are presenting?
Yeah.
And SULKHAN, is he here with us?
Yes, and just now he wrote to me that he is positive on coronavirus.
As well.
Oh, yeah, and he said salute to all of you. And today he will not be here.
Sorry to hear. We have it seems that Georgia has a great issue with the virus. So let's keep our prayer for all of our members and humanity as a whole. And without further ado, I just introduce the topic, museum and social responsibility during pandemic, which is exactly what we are dealing with. And the floor is yours, 15 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, my presentation will be in English, and I want to tell all of you thanks for participating in this conference, and organizers to the ICOM and the ICOM Georgia. I want to thank because in this difficult situation, it is very important to hold such conferences. So I represent the HAJAR Museum, that is a unity of 4 museums in HAJAR region in Georgia. And also I represent the Maritime Academy, Batumi Maritime Academy. And first of all, before I will begin speaking about the social responsibility of the museums, I would like to sum up some of the segments of tourism and tourism industry. What is tourism and why we need this industry? First of all, it gives us and brings many working places. So we have economical benefits, global business issues, and these working places are important for every country, for the citizens. And the country, all the countries, they are trying to develop this segment in order to have extra incomes, new markets for the delivery and selling of local production, infrastructure, also modernization of communal services, service and customer-oriented organizations, and modernization of jobs. Also, the new professions, which are very important, especially in this situation, and these professions somehow transferred to the online platforms nowadays, and understanding of environment and cultural heritage problems and necessity of its safety by the society. So just we have looked through the statistics, and according to the delivery of employment, according to ISCO elementary group in Georgia, we found out that in tourism sector, directly or indirectly, a lot of people are employed, especially these are cooks, for example, 12.8%, 10.9%, they are waitress. We have the housekeeping workers, that is 6.8%, and etc. So by this, we want to tell that a lot of people that are employed in this segment, in this sector. The main part of tourism and the main things that is connected to the tourism industry is, of course, cultural tourism. And when we are speaking about the cultural tourism, cultural tourism without museums, it's absolutely impossible thing. So the cultural values that are connected to the museums can be thought in 3 dimensions. These are the identity. That means this set of values reflects the emotional connection of society with this or that objects or place. It includes the following characteristics: age, tradition, continuity, memorial, legendary, sense, spirituality, regularity, symbolism, nationality, and patriotism. Also, we can think about the relative and artistic or technical value. That is, this group of values are based on the scientific and critical historical evaluation of the artistic solution of the heritage object, its technical, constructive, and functional characteristics, and the importance of the craft. And at last, the rarity values. This group reflects the relation of the object to the same period, type, style, texture, etc. So when we are speaking about the museums, of course, the modern technologies are very important, because the static exhibitions that are in the museums doesn't interest anymore the people that we have to attract into the museums. I can tell you that just I found the Modern Museum of Harry Potter in Britain that has the exhibition that is located on the 1,500 square meters, and it has a lot of visitors. And they are not only the people, you know, that generally the Harry Potter is popular among the teenagers, but the visitors not are among the people in among the people of this age, but the older ones also. And it is very colorful with the lightnings, etc. So just I want to look through several seconds what I'm speaking about in order to continue. So all these animations and all these kind of things, of course, make the museums interesting, and much more interesting than it was in the past. Museums give great benefits to the countries, and we can just, I have the sample of Italy from the statistic of 2019, and only the Colosseum Archaeological Park in Rome gave the benefit 57,566,279 euros only in 1 year. And also Pompeii, for example, 41,047,098 euros. It means that just I want to show that how beneficial the museum incomes can be for the countries and for the regions that they are situated in. And by this, it means that if we will make the museums more digitalized, and if we will use internet, actually it will bring to us more visitors, and it will attract more people. According to the legal framework of the United Nations related to, oh, sorry, just a minute. related to the intellectual property rights, we find that the museum should be accessible via the internet and should offer the access to museums to all the segments of society, regardless of race, religion, and nationality. And from the review of this framework, which tried our museums tried to think about, while there was pandemic, what to do for the society in order to attract them, not in live and in the museums that they are located in our city, but online. So we began to think about the right strategy, and we thought about the online lectures, video based on the historical facts, interactive online discussions, intellectual competitions, and online trainings. So about Jara Museum, I can tell you that it consists of 4 museums. This is Harton Akhladiani Museum, Batumi Archaeological Museum, Art Museum of Ajara, and Batumi Technical Museum of Noble Brothers. All these museums are absolutely different thematically, so we had to think about the activities that would suit to all the tastes, all the people that would like to visit these museums. So why digitalization, and what is the connection between the digitalization and social responsibility? We have many other factors, but public in the museum, it deals the cultural and national values with the society. So the digitalization can be the best way to be in touch with the society. The main factors that can help of the integration of society into the museums can be the following: investments in the museums that are necessary to make the exhibitions unique for the wide social groups. And we are not speaking about the investments only from the government and increasing the budget. Also, we are speaking about the investment from the private sector. Integration of the creativity, entertainment, and education resources are the future of the museums. And we you know, in our museum, sometimes some of the people have a negative thoughts about the entertainment, with the word entertainment. But exactly, we can say that the 21st century is a century where people are trying to get pleasure, and they like to be entertained. So it's important to think about how to offer online services to the public without big financial resources. And of course, the activities that we hold generally in our museums, we doesn't spend much money on them. So it's essentially important to cope with the problem of this distribution adequately of the human and material resources in the museums. And the main view of the mechanism of digitalization should be developed according to the common approaches and comprehensiveness. So a pandemic should not be a judgment at last, we should know, because we must implement all the online activities all the time, and it should happen on a permanent basis. And we mustn't wait for something horrible to happen in order to use these online resources. Ajara Museum hold generally during pandemic, it held different kind of activities. These were webinars, trainings, competitions, popularization of the exhibitions, discussions, questions, comments, video lessons, video excursions, video stories, video lectures, live lectures, online competitions, and of course we had participated in an activity week dedicated to the International Museum. And as it was the theme of the week was equality, we have recorded a video clips that I would like to show how we showed to the society that everyone can be equal everywhere, and the person that was with a disability participated in this video clip, and much more. We had training for the disabled, with the people for the people with disability, and we promise them that they have participated in this training, and we promise them that if they will in the future, if they will want to work in the museum as a volunteer, we are ready to host them. And now, just now, I want to show the clips that we have recorded. It's just a few seconds. This is here you can see the person with a disability that participated in the training successfully, and he's interested in this field to be the guide in the museum.
მასში მოთავსებული ნივთების ორიგინალი ის მაგალითად ბრინჯაოს საფეა. აქ წარმოდგენილია ეგრეთ წოდებული კირნათის განძია.
Sorry, the music is too loud and we can't hear the conversation well enough.
And I should mention that really these people were very happy while they were participating in the trainings, and we are going to hold much more trainings, not only for these people, but for other social groups. So when we had many online activities, just we thought about that what will happen the next when the pandemic will be over. Will we have the same number of visitors, or just we will lose them? But we took 2 months before pandemic and 2 months after pandemic, and we analyzed this 4 months together, and we found that before pandemic, the number of visitors were from the whole year was 24%, and after pandemic it was 20%, and this 20% caused because of we think it was caused because of not that they didn't want to come because they have seen the online excursions or online information about exhibits or something else, just social distances, and there were some other problems. So it means that we don't really lose the visitors, and I think for the future we will attract much more a number of people and citizens than it was in the past. Here I have the statistic of HAJAR Museum, and HAJAR Museum was very active during the pandemic on Facebook page, and you can see the numbers there. Before the pandemic, for example, the followers of page the Facebook page was 2,686 person before pandemic. After pandemic it was 3,707. For example, likes of the pages page was 2,639, and after pandemic it was 3,547. Reach auditory, for example, in March it was 148, and after pandemic it was 5,412, and before pandemic our page was seen by 3,002, and after pandemic 5,016. So we had made we thought about to make the new Facebook, not Facebook, or the official web page, and our web page is a modern one because it has all the information about the museums, exhibitions, events, collections, virtual tours, galleries. Also, people can donate if they wish to our museums. And also, the most important thing, what is very interesting, we have the online resources for this museum. And also, the person who wants to become a member of the museum society can join us, and we will try to offer them the different offers after the pandemic will be over. So we have also online chat, and the person, if you want, for example, to ask a question. Yes, I'm finishing. At last, just a minute. This is the last page. So what is the conclusion? So the exhibitions with their cultural values are very important. The platforms such as YouTube, Instagram, Facebook are very important. Public had the chance to participate in different activities held by museums. Public shared the posts, and they wrote comments, they were giving advices. Society took part in the discussion connected to the historical facts. And we held trainings where the people were participating, and thus all the mentioned above, the museums have clearly shown its social responsibility to the public and has not left any vulnerable group isolated. Thank you for your attention. Just I have time. Yes, these video clips, they have done this.
Thank you very much for your talk.
I'm happy to share.
Now we move to our third speaker, Tamar Shalikadze, also from Georgia, a museum and modern challenges, and hope that everyone send wishes to Iraqli quick recovery. So the floor is yours, Tamar.
I'd like to greet you all. Once again, dear participants, well, I'm so sad that our director has fallen ill. Ms. Teona informed us a moment ago. I represent the Batumi Archaeology Museum, which is a part of the HAJAR Museum. Could you just make it larger, please, the image on the screen? So, good. So, my co-author is IZOLDA DUMBADZE, would like to speak about museums and the current challenges or contemporary challenges. This presentation has been prepared jointly by ourselves. It was interesting to listen to the previous presentations. And so our representative, Ms. Teona, talked about Batumi and the Batumi museums, and she also demonstrated a video, and also you may have caught glance of our museum too in the recording. So what I would like to say is that because of the pandemic, of course, we are faced with certain challenges similar to other museums, and it was necessary for us to think over things and so try to tap on new resources and remodel or reshape our museum space. So we cooperated with other museums, but we focus on archaeology, of course, and to furnish information to our visitors, we had to use novel approaches. In the recent years, with the help of the Ministry of Culture of HAJAR, we were able to achieve a lot, and I'd like to thank our authorities for organizing various workshops and trainings, and we were able to put together some resources, a pool of resources that came quite handy as we started facing these difficulties caused by pandemic. And so we were able to make some offers to attract the interest. We put together projects, educational projects, inclusive. They're linked to the national curriculum. I already mentioned that we are an archaeology museum, that we have some items date back thousands and thousands of years ago, and they present obvious interests. And we do have some items that could be linked and could be used to somehow to provide or furnish a more interesting material that's included in the national curriculum, history curriculum for school children. And so we also have little workshops, little crafts places where visitors, younger ones, even preschoolers, school children, they can do something hands-on. And the museum is always open, and so these workshops are always open under normal conditions, and everybody can walk in and do something hands-on. And also some of the items that kids make are sold in our museum shop. This could be little ceramic pots and things like that. Also, we have a library, and so there are opportunities to obtain more information about history of archaeology, about the history of individual buildings, and so on and so forth. So this is a resource that can be actively used in the pandemic period too, during the pandemic, and information about the various items. And so all of this was a part of our normal activity when we didn't have pandemic, but in the pandemic period, we were faced with new challenges. But so we had to sit down and think how we could employ the resources we had in the cyberspace, in the digital space, and importantly, we had some projects, for instance, coins and their history and beads and their history. These were interesting projects that we were able to use also in the virtual space, in the digital space. This is quite attractive for school children, for those who are interested in numismatics, in coins. They were quite popular. Also, using the resource of the workshop, do-it-yourself workshop, and Miss Nia Kastelashvili, one of our coaches, let's say, the teachers, she taught the audience how to make pots, ceramic pots, and so she demonstrated that in a very detailed manner. This is a resource that could be used because it was a demonstration class. And we placed it in as our online resource. So as you could see, she continued working during the pandemic, and so did other museum staffers, because they all had to come up with other ways of application of their abilities and of their talents, of their ideas. Another project was linked to the call from the Education Ministry. And this project came in time when we were under quarantine, and it was a project about viticulture. And the topic, in fact, was viticulture and winemaking in Ajara. And so we got very actively involved in that project. That was announced by the Ministry of Education. And we actively employed it also after the lockdown was over. An interesting thing about the project was that in fact was that we decided somehow to overcome the problem together with the authorities because tourism is a main source of revenue in Ajara, and somehow we decided to evoke some interest in the sites of Ajara through participating in this project. So, so this was a webinar, as already mentioned, and we demonstrate various items that we have. We talked about the history of those exhibits, and we had very good discussions, questions and answer sessions after the webinar. The next activity that we arranged at our museum was an activity for disabled people, because we wanted to create an inclusive environment for all. We wanted to involve more people with disabilities so that they get better acquainted with our museum. And we did it in cooperation with the Ajara National Museum also. We got very actively involved in that project. We became a part of that. And so we organized a long webinar, as a matter of fact, and we had disabled people participating in that. We talked about artifacts, about items that presented interest to them, something that was very outstanding, the values that we treasure, something that comes from ancient times. It was a very interesting webinar. It was called "This is Here is Museum." So they got very active, the participants. They came up with lots of questions, and it was illustrative of the fact that the topics that we used arose some the interest, and we had as many as 5,000 visitors. There was yet another series of meetings, or online meetings, also that turned out quite useful, but then the lockdown was over, and we reopened using or abiding by all of the regulations from the Ministry of Healthcare. And our major endeavor was somehow to promote and support the local tourists, because we didn't get tourists from abroad because of pandemic, because of COVID-19. This has been an interesting stage in our activities. We could work more actively with our local communities, whereas in the past we were more oriented towards foreign visitors. And so we focused on our local communities, We wanted to serve their needs, whereas we were more oriented towards serving the foreign tourist needs in the past. And it has been quite an interesting experience.
Tamar, you have 1 minute.
Okay, let me hurry up. We have had several meetings that we organized. The first meeting was with journalists, and you can see the emotions coming through the photos. We arranged a tour for the journalists, and also they did some painting class. They painted some of the ceramic things that were replicas of those items that we have at the museum, and this has been quite fun for them. In this photo, also you can see elderly people that we invited to a similar class. Some of them visited our museum for the first time, and they were delighted to come over. This photo is a very impressive one. So you can see that this is a place, the museum for them is a place for chatting, for recreation, for having fun, for enjoying themselves. And all of them also participated in the ceramic painting class, and you can see those emotions in the zest they demonstrated in painting the pots.
Tamar, the time is over.
Okay then, so here I stop. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your talk. And now we move to Tamila and Nia to talk about Gori Museum and pandemic challenges.
Greetings to you, dear colleagues. This conference is extremely interesting for all of us, and I will be talking about one part of my presentation, which is about historic issues, and then my colleague will continue talking about other issues. We represent Historic Ethnographic Museum of Gori, and I would like to look at the crisis situation from the historic standpoint, but time is limited, so I will be reading some of my presentation. Especially, it is very difficult for me to manage time. We know that museums play a very important role in the lives of our people, and invisibly, museums have very important role or impact on the lives of the people. We need to say that the work and life of museums is directly connected with social and political life of the country. Therefore, every crisis situation that takes place in the country shows numerous problems in the lives of the museums, and these problems and challenges are particularly visible on the example of regional museums. Madam Inga was talking about it yesterday, and today Madam Salome touched upon these challenges. We are faced with numerous problems. In 2020, the events developed worldwide affected all segments of our community, changing our life and agenda. The lockdown that lasted 4 months showed us that we need to come out of our frames, go beyond the borders of the museum, and we need to visit every single visitor of our communities and audience. As to how we handle the challenges of COVID-19, this issue will be discussed by my colleague who will continue the presentation after me. I would like to speak about all these challenges from the historic standpoint. In Georgia, and not only here, the regional museums have very important cultural educational role. These museums appeared mainly in the 20s and 30s of the 20th century, and this was the time when in all towns we had regional museums established almost everywhere. And we need to say that the role of those museums was far from the main mission which these museums have today. These museums were not oriented on tourism. They had a main mission which was about scientific research of the culture characteristic to that regional part. That is why most of the museums have very rich collections depicting the culture of those regions. 20s and 30s of the 20th century was really very difficult from the political standpoint of the period, and this is yet another challenge for the museums, for the cultural institutions like museums. This year is an anniversary for us. Museum was established 85 years ago, and during this period, the museum handled different kinds of situations. From the day of our establishment, we did not have proper buildings, we did not have proper expositions, we did not have archives or other possibilities. I'm talking about the problems that we have had in the 20th century. And then it coincided with most difficult political and criminal situation of our country, because of which the then staff of the museum have had to keep this museum almost in a closed situation to maintain and preserve expositions and collections they have. The new era, a new life for the museum started in this 21st century, starting from the year 2000. A lot has changed after the year 2000. The building is new thematic expositions have been created, and gradually we managed to continue our new life, and we managed to transform ourselves. And as soon as we believe that we are capable of standing on feet, we are capable of inviting new audience, then the war between Georgia and Russia erupted. As you may know, our city was the epicenter of the events during wartime, and this museum is located in the center of Gori, in the center of this town. So we, museum workers, were helpless vis-a-vis war, because this was unexpected. We also had to leave town just to save our lives. There was no plan, no previous preparation. Nobody warned us that something like this might ever happen. We were not prepared for it, but thanks God our museum survived this war, and this is mainly a credit to our neighbors and our people living near the museum. And this building in which the museum is located is not typical for a museum, so somehow we managed to survive. And this negative and bad experience showed us that we need to plan all the preparatory and preventive measures prior to the crisis situations. And then with the help of the National Committee of Blue Shield, we submitted a project in the fund ALIF, and the title of the project is Planning Necessary Measures for Gori Museum for Preventive Activities. And very soon we will have the plan of preventive measures after this project is finalized. And later on you will find out more detailed information about everything. We will offer training not only to the workers of Gori Museum, but also to the people working in other museums of Shindakatli. And these are trainings about how to behave in crisis situations. Also, we are working on digitalization, and as many as 20,000 different exhibits will be digitalized and will be uploaded in the database, electronic database. All this started during the lockdown after COVID pandemic. At the same time, renovation, rehabilitation works were also launched in our museum. What I want to say is that this is a museum which is a municipal building. This is a state-run municipal museum, and often certain kind of decisions regarding museum are taken by those groups and teams who have no competence, no experience in the field of museums. We depend on such kind of decisions on one hand, but after COVID pandemic, we saw new opportunities and a lot has improved for us. And once this lockdown was announced, the money was allocated, we also renovated the building and carried out rehabilitation works. And unfortunately, it happened so that we did not manage to carry out conservation works for all our exhibits, but more than 600 these exhibits were kept properly, placed in the relevant storage places, and we packed almost all showcases. And now you see the photos when we try to respect all the rules for packing all these exhibits, and we carried out this work during the lockdown. And this is the last issue from my side, and then Nia will continue. When it comes to rehabilitation works in this museum, we had very interesting presentation from representative of Croatia. All these renovation, rehabilitation works are very good, but there is an issue connected to the tenders organized by the government. When it comes to tenders organized by the government, there are organizations winning in this bidding process having no experience of working with museums. Their knowledge is quite far from what is needed for these cultural buildings. They renovate museums the way they have done this renovation work in other institutions. And this is one of the major challenges for us, the museums. And this is yet another crisis situation that we are faced with. And I try to talk about some of the activities we introduced. As to educational aspects, this will be continued by my colleague Nia. Greetings to you all.
So, Nia, you have 5 minutes left.
Yeah, I'll try to. Yeah.
Before getting down to talking to pandemic and to the crisis, I just wanted to make an introduction how we got here. Before 2015, our educational program was quite traditional, and starting 2015, we renewed our strategy and analyzed our role, the role of museum for the region, and we also inventorized our resources and took stock of the resources that were available to us. We tried to become more inclusive, more open and accessible to the society. We attracted and covered various centers in town and also rural centers, rural schools. We reached out to NGOs in the region, to the educational institutions. We made friends all over the region among the institutions. So we got to 2020 with diverse programs that we had developed. And we believe that we have had some things that could be done better, something to rectify and do. Many things could be better, but we became more visible in the region and more perceptible also in the pandemic, during the pandemic. So we, as it turned out, we were not that badly prepared to work online, because we were able to put together online resources prior to that, that could be accessible to the people in the region and beyond the region. Although we are lacking some equipment, we do hope that we will have more in the near future. But we did have some resources that had some technologies and equipment to demonstrate our unique collections and the unique exhibits that we have at the museum. During the pandemic, we applied we used the social networks. And I think many regional museums use this. And so we actively used that. We used other platforms, virtual space platforms to reach out to the school population, to the students at the universities. And here we saw also certain problems, because with time it became more and more difficult to keep the interest of the people for longer periods of time. So we try to put more entertainment element to our projects and programs, and take into account the interest of our target population, target audience. We try to use some diverse methods, to use collages, other resources. Ms. Salome pointed out in her presentation that we have few people here in Georgia that have all the proper skills to work in the online space. So we decided to maximally use all of the resources we had to maintain contacts with our audience. We did our best. So we worked with our audience, and we did some fundraisings. We submitted project proposals to various funds and organizations. So there is one project that involves numismatics and the coins that we have, and so we try to take into account the modern requirements, take into account the current situation, and so we wanted to take this into account in developing our educational virtual space. So we are going to exhibit.
1 minute left.
In the virtual space, the coin collections that we have, and we will be able to expand our educational virtual space, and it will become even more interactive, and it will be full of digital activities. Many thanks for your attention. I try to fit in so many things in that little time, and it's quite a difficult thing. And I still want to talk about the challenges that we faced during the crisis, but the crisis, as a matter of fact, turned out to be the starting point for us to develop and find novel approaches.
Thank you very much for your talk. And now we are moving to Irma, who will talk about crisis, challenges, and opportunities. The floor is yours. You have 15 minutes.
Greetings to you all. It's a great honor for me to make a presentation before you all. I represent the National Agency for Protection of Cultural Heritage. This is an organization that is throughout the country, is responsible for protection of cultural heritage, and at the same time, this is a union of museums. This is quite large union of museums by its specificity, and the specificity of our national agency is about the fact that it unites and puts together all regional museums throughout the country. In fact, there are 18 museums and site museums, and there are architectural, archaeological museums, which are also part of the National Agency for Protection of Cultural Heritage. Respectively, we have a two-tier system. One is managed from the central office of the National Agency, and the second tier is connected to the work of the museum management and workers and staff. We also have site museums in occupied territory. One is Ksani, Historic Architectural Museum, and the second is Liahui Site Museum. The condition and situation of these museums is really very specific, very unique. So respectively, when it comes to COVID pandemic, in this condition, these museums are also seen from a different perspective. I do apologize as I have some technical challenges. I try to give one picture comprising all such museums and museums that are part of our national agency. We all, including our country, are in this difficult pandemic situation. So, respectively, we see all these challenges over the last period, and for almost 4 months, the museums were shut down in a lockdown, starting from March the 21st, when the president decree was issued. During 1 month, we had state of emergency, and we need to say that this is really a very unique period that we remember, and all efforts were switched to using online platforms. Now you see a picture which is common and typical for all of us. We are discussing not only organizational management related issues in online space, but many other museums are also thinking about different opportunities as to how to use online tools. Because we all did not have the experience of using all these online tools that much. There were different video presentations, video expositions, online publications that we have had. Everything was uploaded in the online space, and Facebook is the most popular social page, social network in our country. There are some educational publications, publications for children and different segments of our society, and we have diverse spectrum of all these publications. Some of these publications were uploaded in the PDF format so that absolutely every individual could get access to all these publications. And this situation showed us very well that on one hand we need to prepare all these online resources which requires different skills, and the second issue is about having skills for using all these online tools. So as we saw, all these online materials were better prepared mainly in Tbilisi, and as to the regional museums, they were trying to use all these resources too, and there were different kinds of resources. Some were taking photos by their cell phones, others were using professional cameras, but the fact is that everybody focused on making the best use of all these online tools and resources, and the regional museums that are part of national agency echoed and responded to our different initiatives, whether it was an initiative of May the 18th or of June the 1st, or whether it was another event dedicated to a particular event. And now we are also preparing for the night museum that will be held in November from 14 to 16. And this is also connected to making the best use of online resources. Each museum have their own web page, and they are uploading all their files on their web pages, but then everything is also uploaded on the united and joint web page of our national agency. all this showed the need for being more creative or having the mastery of all these skills. And also there is another issue because of which it is more critical for all of us to use online resources. Our agency is working for a long time on creating the database of the tangible and intangible exhibits. Over these many years, we were carrying out the inventory of all the exhibits and taking photos of all these exhibits. We today have the GIS portal of the heritage, in which all these exhibits are uploaded and all our visitors may get access to all these exhibits in a virtual space. And we are updating the GIS portal, and we are also making changes in this system, and this process is underway even now. I do understand that we are currently in a situation which also needs to be assessed at a particular time. And when we speak about introducing business requirements, all this shows us the challenges in a better way. But on the other hand, each of our organizations have very important role in this very difficult and challenging process. And what we need to do is to start sharing this experience right now, not to wait until particular times. Now, you see a photo of one particular museum, which is very unique by number of visitors. I'm talking about Uplitsiche Museum and Vardzija Museum. During the crisis situation starting from June the 20th, the site museums were opened in a phase museum. First is where the museums that are part of our national agency that were open. But unfortunately, yesterday, there was another decision for closing down these two site museums just because they identified workers who were tested COVID positive. So as I said yesterday, these two museums were closed down, but all other museums are still working and working even today. And as you may appreciate, statistics also offers us some possibility for analyzing the situation. And if we compare the statistics of this year with last year, then we can say that number of visitors is 10% less, which is also understandable, because cultural tourism is the most popular in our country, and after the borders were closed, this field was also affected by this pandemic. We have some plans for the development in 2020. Some plans were amended, changed, transformed, and among those, these changes affected our conference. And this conference that we annually organize was postponed, and I regret that we did not opt for online resources and tools for organizing this conference. But I'm also talking about the need to be prepared and ready for receiving greater number of visitors after we open. And there is one positive piece of news that I have. This is about Mtskheta Site Museum. You now see the view of Mtskheta, and this museum did not have a building for many years. They have fantastic archaeological collection in this site museum, and in the month of September, the rehabilitation for the building is completed. Actually, this is the movie theater building of Theta that was transformed into a museum building that was renovated, and all the collections that were scattered and kept in different places were kept in irrelevant conditions are now having the possibility to be placed in this renovated and rehabilitated building. And the agency decided to organize an exhibition. You now see the photos of this exhibition, but this was the photo exhibition for our visitors to be informed of this achievement, of this accomplishment. And I know that I'm short of time, and therefore I'll be very brief about the project that we plan to organize. Some projects are continued, and here I'm talking about the project funded by World Bank together with Theta Site Museum. We also have Stepan Tsminda Historic Museum, which also restored the museum building, and these works are really very important because it is connected with further research and analysis of our collections. Also, for many years, the rehabilitation work is underway in Nakalakevi Museum, Site Museum. I'm talking about infrastructure, rehabilitation, renovation, and also many other activities. I think that I'm out of time, but I'll now wrap up everything and speak about Rakliani Museum, which is the last in my presentation. And this museum will visit the visitors, will host the visitors very soon. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Irma. And now we are moving to KETEVAN, that will talk about training on current opportunities for museums and visit to museums that have embraced modernity and will benefit all museums in Kakheti. The floor is yours, KETEVAN.
Hello everyone. I'm glad to have the opportunity to share my experience and thoughts with you, and also to hear from you. For this, I would like to thank ICOM Georgia and ICOM ICR, and each of you for your participation. My name is KETEVAN CHITASHVILI. I have work experience as a guide in 3 museums in my district, Kakheti, and as an accountant in a wine company. Economic empowerment and poverty eradication are my direction in life, and I am ready to use both digital and museum space to develop this theme. Now
let me switch to Georgian and start my presentation. COVID-19 had an impact on the entire world, and the museum suffered, particularly almost 90% of museums. 85,000 museums were closed down, including museums in Georgia. And the closing down of the institutions caused numerous problems. The Georgian government took radical measures against the spread of COVID-19. And up until the 7th of September, in Kakheti, we didn't have a single proven case of COVID in Kakheti. And Well, many people think that museums are agents for the development of economy, among other things. At the same time, museums are not quite clear what role they may play to promote economy. So it is very important that that museums become the true economic agents. Museums in Kakheti are the object for doing such a study. Georgia is a winemaking country, and Kakheti is the main winemaking area in Georgia. Taking into account the social and economic situation in Kakheti, we should think how we can help with reviving economy. ICOM has had some experiences and sharings within the professional unions. They are also studying the impact of COVID-19 on museums and looking at the prospects for the development. And ICOM has prepared a report on that together with the UNESCO. And so this is the result of the global survey of museums, global study of museums that embraces museums from various regions of the world. So we could contribute to this little, contribute to this survey and talk about our role and talk about our situation in our part of the world. So, speak about the situation in Kakheti and analyze to what extent the museums are ready to participate in promoting economy. In Kakheti, the museums and what role they can play in development economy. Well, this must be clearly seen by the museums and how they can contribute to the fulfillment of the professional associations and the new regulations. In order to get more information on that, we conducted a survey, and first of all, we looked for information over the internet, and we obtained some global data on that and tried to relate it to Kakheti. And so we used also recommendations, UNESCO recommendations of 2015, and they underlined the important role of museums in promoting information, educational technologies to promote culture and education. And so if you link this to the current conditions caused by COVID-19, this is an unprecedented situation. This situation calls for novel approaches and new ways of thinking, so that museums continue contributing to the sustainable development locally. Speaking about the impact of COVID-19 on American museums, Laura Lotte speaks about this impact, and she mentions that the closing down of 12,000 museums in America turned out to be very destructive for our culture, for our lives, for our educational activities. So going back to Kakheti, we have the Central Bank Museum also in Kakheti, and so they are demonstration of the fact that museums could not only contribute to the sustainable development, but they could also contribute very considerably to the promoting of the culture and education in general. So they they can do that. They can participate actively in analyzing the results of COVID and the impact it has had on various sectors. So we tried collecting information, started information, and we put together a questionnaire. And the respondents that we used were the managers, museum managers, and the museum staffers, and explored their views and positions in respect of the COVID impact, and so what they think about their roles and what they can do to contribute to the improvement of the situation. We had all in all 34 museums in Kakheti, and so we planned initially to embrace all the museum managers from all the 34 museums, but then we ended up with fewer numbers, and we used recordings and did some telephone interviews, and we did this in August for 4 days, starting August 29 to the 2nd of September. And so as we deciphered these recordings, we try to take into account everything, but at the same time we needed to maintain confidentiality, so we just organized this information in such a way that we were able to draw some conclusions and analyze the sectors without referring to the actual respondents, but the respondents. So we put together all of this data and developed some diagrams, some graphs. So let me show you the graphs. Now I'll try to share the screen, my screen. These are the points that I listed. So the first question: has your museum opened after the lockdown? Only 8 museums were opened after the lockdown. This next question: when the museum was closed, were you able to maintain contact with your community? So 15 couldn't maintain any communication and 15 did. Next question was: what kind of projects failed in your museum because of the pandemic? So most importantly here, I should mention that one archaeology study stalled, some jubilee events were postponed in 4 museums, some educational projects were stalled, so on and so forth. You can get this and get some details if you're interested after that. I'll provide this. Is there a charge for admission to your museum, or is the entry free? So you could see the pie diagram for that. As to the number of visitors, our question was about 2019, not about this year. So you can see the numbers of the visitors by museums. There is a museum which has only 500 visitors, and another museum that has 32,000 visitors. So that means that the other museums could attract more if they work more on popularizing their museums and work on attracting the visitors. Are there sometimes temporary exhibitions? Only 8 museums responded they do the temporary exhibitions, or and the rest don't. Does your museum have a museum shop or a cafe? And here you see the answers. Out of 30, 26 have nothing, no cafe or no museum shop. 1 has a workshop, and 3 have both cafe and shop. In what ways the museum supports the community? It's a very complex question. It has many sub-questions. So from that point of view, the museum turned out to have quite rich opportunities and rich activities to net on how the global pandemic affected the local population. As I already mentioned initially, we used to have a green zone up until the 7th of September. And so 16 museum managers replied that there was no effect at all. And the others said, because our region is very much dependent on the foreign tourism, it suffered a lot. Many also said that the local shops suffered because tourists wouldn't come. So you can get more details from my president. What have we learned from this crisis? Again, it's a very interesting thing, what the lessons can be drawn. The majority of the managers said that it's necessary to look after each other. And the 4 said they didn't learn anything at all. And what are your expectations was the next question. 8 museums said that they're looking forward to a better future, and they expect that they will keep pace with the new reality, and many of them said they just hope that everything will go back to old times and go back to normal, as they think. So what would you tell your future generations about the pandemic? In what way? What does the number of visitors to museums depend, and how does it depend on the current reality? And what's important to increase the number? And they say the infrastructure must be improved, and also they must do more advertising and things like that. What economic event can be drawn from your museum? And there's the versatile, the diverse answers, a quite number of the different answers that we received from that. Some of them were quite interesting.
1 minute.
So we analyzed the results and drew some conclusions ourselves. As you could see, they are indicative of the fact that the museums in Kakheti need trainings so that they could do their SWOT analysis, what strengths they have, what weaknesses, and how they use all of these opportunities. And also they need to organize more visits and to attract more people, and to have cafes and shops, and to introduce digital politics, which is a weak point for the Kakheti museums. And those museums that were unable to maintain their audience should try and look for other ways, for innovative ways of addressing the current situation. And digitalization is of critical importance, and some of them don't see this as an opportunity as yet, or they have no requisite things to do that.
The time is up, sorry. Thank you very much. Sorry for the lack of time, but we have to move on to our last speaker, Anna, that will talk about new reality and new challenges. And meanwhile, you can write down questions or wait till the end, and we'll do it within the session. So Anna, the floor is yours, 15 minutes.
Greetings to you all. My name is Anna Verunashvili. I represent National Museum of Georgia. The topic of my presentation is New Reality, New Challenges, and I'm talking about the role of virtual communication during and post-crisis situation. I would like to start by thanking for giving us the possibility to share our experiences with each other so that we most efficiently manage all the problems ahead of us. Many thanks to previous speakers, previous panelists, many thanks to the audience, and I would like to say from the very beginning that this is not a presentation about pandemic. I would rather familiarize you with the communication strategies that we develop during crisis situation. Especially these are the tools that are very important for regional museums and how we are entering into the communication with our virtual visitors and real-time visitors in this situation. Actually, communication is very decisive during crisis management situations. We need to say that this new reality made us face absolutely new challenges. I'm not talking only about Georgia National Museum, but this is the experience for all museums worldwide. And regional museums are particularly sensitive during crisis situation to all these problems. I'm talking about number of visitors as well as management of digital communication tools, which is very sensitive issue for regional museums. Georgia National Museum is celebrating its 15th anniversary today. It is a large union of museums that put together museum of the capital as well as regional museums, but we need to say that all these museums appear in Georgia back in the 19th century. And this year we managed to open new museums. One is the Bolnisi Regional Museum and the second is Pani Archaeological Museum. During the lockdown, we managed to disseminate information about these two museums using our Facebook social networks. And today, after opening these two museums, we can say that Georgia is the only country that managed to open two museums during pandemic. In general, over these 15 years, the Georgia National Museum managed to carry out rehabilitation or building of 8 new museums, out of which 6 are regional museums. Our museums carry out not only the classical function of museums, but they also represent educational, research, and tourist centers in the regions. And I do believe that all these local regional museums play a very important educational role for local communities. Now let's get back to communication during the pandemic. During the pandemic, these tools gave us possibility to use these new possibilities for communications. During the pandemic, all online platforms were very actively used, and we have also become very creative in terms of using all these new tools. We actually found ourselves in a challenging situation. We have had to change overnight absolutely everything, including our communication, and we moved to the virtual space. We have had virtual friends. We offered them virtual tours in the museums. We also offered them intellectual entertainment possibilities so that we would somehow help them overcome the lockdown while being at home. We have very good collections in the national museums. Our researchers and scientists try to use communication tools to enter into virtual communication with our visitors. One of the programs we used was Curator from Home, and in this case, the curators were sharing interesting stories about different collections, different exhibits. Regional museums participated actively in this project. We see Madame Marco on this picture. She is the director of Signari Museum, and yesterday she offered a very interesting presentation. Another program was about restoration from home. And our restorers from home were sharing experience with visitors about how to take care of the photo albums or different recordings or different videos that we have from all times. And these were really very interesting tools that we offer to our visitors, because they also asked very interesting questions during these programs. During pandemic, we did our best to make our collections widely accessible to the audience. People have had possibility to visit online exhibitions, and we did not forget children, which are very important groups for us. We offered quizzes and puzzles for them, and they showed great interest in participating in all these programs. After the museums were opened following the lockdown, we can say that regional museums fell in the limelight in terms of the visitors, and the regional museums have had largest number of visitors. Actually, this is also based on the factor that tourism was also developed internally inside the country, and many people tried to visit different parts of Georgia, and they visited museums and saw all the collections kept there. Some of the people saw online tours that we offered them, and they decided to personally, physically visit all these museums, which was also very good, because partly we managed to meet our objective during lockdown period. Let's go back to the Bolnisi Museum. This is a new building that was built by us. This museum represents a synthesis of classical museum tools and also bicultural diversity of the region. Respectively, this museum represents a multicultural space full from educational as well as research purposes, and it is a very good space for entertainment of children. And we are really happy that starting from the opening of this museum on the 20th of June, many different events were hosted by this Bolnisi Museum. You may appreciate that Kremokati region is an area where ethnic minority groups are particularly represented there. So one of the important functions and goals of our museums is to have very close connection and communication with the local communities. During pandemic, it has particularly become very important for us to keep and to maintain permanent contact with local minorities and ensure their full integration into the museum life and life of the country. So respectively, our department offered diverse programs for local minority groups. We try to familiarize them with the culture, with different pieces of information, and try to engage them in different educational programs and entertainment programs. We do believe that regional museums need to help local communities overcome the challenges, and if it is somehow possible to overcome the challenges of pandemic, then the museums definitely play a critical role in this regard. We try to connect the Handicraft Association of Georgia, and together with this association we are creating different programs for people interested in handcraft, and the info tour of Kremokati is created in this Bolnisi. It is closely connected with Bolnisi Museum. They have very interesting audience of visitors, and new movie festival was also organized in Bolnisi, which was hosted by this Bolnisi Museum, and this museum is closely connected with the life of local communities. Just recently, the new Vani Museum was opened. 10-year lasted the rehabilitation of that building in Vani. Vani is an area rich with its collections and antique history, particularly by Greek culture, and this museum is an accumulation of the knowledge about how people were exploring gold or creating different gold artifacts. The modern infrastructure gives us the opportunity to organize different fun scientific laboratories and different activities. Museum already signed Memorandum of Understanding with Tbilisi State University, and this summer the museum will host summer schools, and through different programs it will also engage itself with the university life. When pandemic started in our country, we were more or less prepared for some of the activities. And if today it becomes necessary to close down all these museums, then our museum, as well as many others, will be better prepared to maintain the communication with the people and to keep the people interested in the expositions and our museums. I would also like to briefly speak about the joint museum organized by David Lorkipanidze and Public Broadcaster of Georgia. If the emphasis until now was about museums located in the capital, we now try to shift the interest towards regional museums, and now the audience will get familiarized with the regional museums through the information broadcasted in public broadcaster. As my previous colleagues already mentioned, we try to respect all the health regulations, and it is absolutely safe to go physically to the museum, but we have to cohabitate ourselves with the pandemic, and many people avoid visiting public places, including museums. That is why I am confident that it is very important to continue online active digital communication with the people that was used during the lockdown, so that we maintain permanent interest on the part of our communities in the life of our museums, so that we maintain virtual communication with our friends. The crisis caused by pandemic helped us make the best use of the opportunities that were overlooked until now. We gained many new friends in the social networks, and it is also good for us to say that we gained many visitors who got information about our museum through social networks, and they are now loyal visitors to our museum. And I would also like to say that it is very important to continue using online communication with all these visitors. After the end of pandemic, we do believe that the format of communication will change, but this pandemic showed us that all the digital communication platforms and resources need to be used more actively, and they need to become more diverse. I do hope that very soon this pandemic comes to an end, but after this time comes, we will face new challenges. And then the museums will have to think about how to put visitors back to the physical space and museums. But this is the topic of our next event, next conference. I will end my presentation with that. I hope that I managed to fit within the time given to me, and I hope that if there are any questions, I will try to answer them during this session. And I would also be happy to hear your comments and recommendations if you have any.
Thank you so much for our last speaker, that I didn't even need to tell her the time. So it's nice that we are exactly on time, and we have about 15 minutes for discussion. So we'll start with the written questions, and I ask all the members of all the speakers to look at the chat part and read whether they have some question regarding their talk.
I have collected all questions. Sorry, Hava. I have collected all the questions in one file, so I can read it for the
Okay,
speaker.
thank you so much. We can start with the first Salome, the question to our first speaker.
Yeah.
And speaker asks to just answer if they can. Well,
Yes, Irena's question to Salome. How big is iGeneration among Georgian museum professionals?
I will ask you.
It's quite small. It's quite small, as a matter of fact. Very few people, in fact. This is a very good question, because this is indeed a very problematic issue for the museum staffers. This is a weak point of ours. We do not have this iGeneration working here, because you know, there are very few people that are hired to the museums. There are very few new hires, and we have heard about young museumers, young museum professionals that work, but this is an exception rather than a rule. Usually, well, the people that work at museums are quite advanced in age. At least they're not very young. A question to Salome. It's a comment rather than a question, and also I will ask a question afterwards. As far as the human resources are concerned and the balancing of the museum professionals working at the museums, I fully agree. We need to revisit this, and it's very true for other museums, particularly small museums in Georgia. And so the question that I have is as follows. So the museum is doing everything to keep contact with their visitors. Do you think that given the possibilities available in Georgia, in fact, we do not have this experiences of having many donors and patronages, and so the sponsors, how can we work without this? Yes, there is a very simple recipe, as a matter of fact. It's well known. When you do not have too many sponsors and donors, I had to cut my presentation short. But in my presentation, some slides talk about the legislation and the drawbacks in the legislation. And some of our laws are so inadequate, so bad. We have been pointing out this. We need more laws that would contribute to promoting sponsorships, activating and having some incentives for donors to support museums. But if for as long as there are no laws, there will be no sponsors, there will be no donors willing to support museums.
Anyone else
The way
address
it is now.
Other
For your answer.
panelists also want to address? There are questions regarding other panelists as well. Do you want to address? You can just open your mute and refer to the questions.
Excuse me, I've seen another question from Asli Samadova.
Yeah, yes, I will. Oh, okay, okay, you're ready.
Quite often. And I come across situations when we talk with the representatives of the countries that have a former Soviet Union, and we have some trouble with communicating the messages with representatives of other countries, but with those countries that we have had some common grounds, we do understand each other because it's very linked with the political history, some commonalities that we have had. So what Asli is asking and saying is the investments of time and efforts and energy is very important, and I fully agree with her. And of course, finances are very necessary, but they are not decisive when it comes to investments, because I know the situation with the regional museums. There have been instances whereby museum has received financing for renovation, but because of the lack of knowledge and professionalism, the museums were not able to do a good job. So one has to have to manage these finances properly and use them use these finances to the best. Sometimes it's not well done, not done so well. And so the question is also your university colleagues, what ways, how do you see to get out these lethargic museums of this lethargy? Well, we try to have some contacts, and we try to put together some articles, and yet I think that we can reach out to the students, and I meet with new students that I deliver lectures to, and I have seen and met many people that have now new inspirations and that these are quite motivated people, and so it's through motivated people that this can be achieved. So you can hardly change a person and his old set ways. What can be done is to use more motivated young people, and so we cannot change the state policies. We can just involve new people with their new motivations and new incentives.
Any other?
There was a question to Anna Verulashvili also, but I think she also answered that.
Is any other panelist?
Yes, I answered it over the chat.
Other panelists want to address the question that was raised regarding donations, donors, regarding the financial situation. We have many panelists, but there is a question for incentive. Some of the questions are not in English.
Well,
I'd like to make a comment about sponsorships, about attracting more donors. Ms. Salome already pointed out, sadly, museums in Georgia are not seen as an institution that may be important or may play an important role in the society, and it's a very sad thing. So experience of my museum, I'd like to say, maybe it was not thought to be a great big tragedy that our museum was closed down, but once we came back and made a comeback after 2 months, and we started some works for the reopening, we saw that our neighbors from the neighboring houses were so much pleased to see that we were opening. So sponsors come from the people that surround us, the donors come from the surrounding communities, and so we have had a a very good communication with one of the companies, because we have some unique coin exhibition with the help of the National Museum, and I'd like to point that out once again. We tried it so hard, but among the private sector, there are very few that feel that they could or they should support museums. There is no motivation among private businessmen to support museums. We need to work with this and on that.
Okay, so is other panelists have an answer for, do you receive public relations services to your institution, to your museum? Maybe someone from ICOM Georgia can answer if you're receiving this kind of help.
It's mainly regarding the capacity building. If I can tell on behalf of ICOM Georgia, fundraising issues. Also, ICOM Georgia has conducted not many, but several capacity building projects for regional museums and also for the city museums. And actually, regarding the iGeneration, yesterday and the day before yesterday was mentioned as a project which in which ICOM Georgia is a big part of the project consortium. This is a project B Museum which is directly focused on the iGeneration to respond to the challenges of today's 21st century. So this somehow, there are also few colleagues, beneficiaries from this project, and within this project we are trying to respond all the challenges which is existing today in today's very global changing world.
Since we have a long discussion and another long panel within a 15 minutes time, so I encourage you to stand up and do some physics and then return to us within a 15 minutes. Thank you all for your panels, and it was very inspiring to see all the museum of your region, and hopefully we'll have time to visit you as well, maybe in our next few years. Thank you so much, and see you within 15 minutes. Bye-bye.
მოგესალმებით კიდევ ერთხელ. ვაგრძელებთ ჩვენს ძალიან
Greetings once again. We now continue our extremely interesting event, conference. Now we are starting the fifth session of our conference, and I would like to invite Madam MARIAM MARJANISHVILI from KOSHORIDZE Museum. Please, Madam MARIAM, the floor is yours. How do you do? Yes. I would like to greet you all, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to have yet another possibility of having this Zoom meeting, and I would like to thank ICOM Georgia for giving us this opportunity, and thanks to ICOM for giving us the possibility to make a presentation about our work during pandemic, and at the same time to discuss the challenges and get more information from other people from worldwide.
I'll speak about the integration museums in the new reality. You know that Georgia, you may know that Georgia stands out by the number of the historical monuments, and hence this, as a matter of fact, explains the opening up of the museums in Georgia to demonstrate the spiritual evolution in the country. And so museums are there to provide information to the Georgians as well as the guests of Georgia about Georgia, its history, its culture, its traditions. And so with the evolution and with the developments, we decided, taking this new trend, we decided to open up an outsiders museum. So we wanted to integrate disabled people into all of these processes. Grigol Orbeliani and I said that the culture should be for everybody. That's why it is very important this year is announced as the year of inclusion and for equality, and I'd like to show you this video, demonstrate this video. So she wants to show the video and on the background as she continues talking. So, as a member of ICOM representing the KOSHORIDZE Museum, being a researcher, I came up with an idea to demonstrate and to have a digital exhibition of a sculpture Sopo Shalamberidze for disabled people, because disabled people are getting more and more attention, particularly in this recent period, and also with the fact that virtual space has no borders. Sopo Shalamberidze comes from Spaltubo. She is 53, and she is a disabled person herself. And you can see how creative she is. And so there have been two personal exhibitions that she organized, and so this is an illustration of the fact that people with disabilities are just usual members of the community, and they should be given ample opportunity to demonstrate their talents, their skills, and develop these. So her works are a very good inspiration for other disabled people with their talents. So her exhibition had very very good response, and evoked a lot of interest. And in the pandemic, museums moved to the online format, the history museum, the art museum, and with the help of these museums, we did a digital educational project, The Little and the Big. And so this was to demonstrate the items that we have in our depositories and to make this available and accessible to our visitors. And so we decided to also do a project which is reciting the Georgian poem, the Night in the Panther Skin, in the English language. And so this was translated into the English language, as you may know, and in the Russian language. So the currently translators and other people from other countries show a lot of interest to this ancient poem belonging to the 12th century. And also we presented or demonstrated one episode from our life. This refers to the first independent republic of Georgia, and so it was a history, one walking stick, as a matter of fact, that was given as a gift by Noe Jordania to somebody who was the first president of the first independent Republic of Georgia. So we have this item at the museum, and we talked about this, and so we aiming to raise awareness of our visitors about what valuable collections, precious items we have at the museum. Many thanks, Ms. Mariam. I'd like to remind you that you can send your questions over the chat, and at the end of the session we'll have discussions during which the panelists will answer the questions. Now I'd like to ask Ms. KETEVAN. She is the manager of the public programs at the Georgian National Museum, and she will speak about coronavirus pandemic as a trigger for creative initiatives.
Good evening, dear colleagues.
Good evening, dear colleagues. My presentation will be in Georgian, and so I'll need interpretation. And so the content of our project is in line with the title. I've so far listened to many interesting presentations, and this online conference indeed is a very good platform to share our experiences and also discuss the challenges that we are faced with. Our project is perhaps a little different after going over this dramatic situation. I'd like to offer to your attention a project for which COVID has become an inspiration, triggered some creative inspiration. And so the budget for the project is equal to zero. We didn't use any extra money for this. The things that it's based on and rests on is professionalism, and cooperation between professionals, and I think it has been quite useful, very productive. It has been a very good experience, and I hope that you will get interested in the project that we came up with and what experience we accumulated as a result. Usually, I wouldn't say that the project is very rich, and it will be much more interesting when it's uploaded on the webpage of the Georgian National Museum, which is planned. Meanwhile, I'd like to make a small presentation, just a short presentation, introduction as to what we did within the frameworks of this project. I'm trying to share my presentation on the screen now. Of course, this is nothing new if I say that under the conditions of the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of museums resorted to online resources, and we were not an exception. And many museums revisited their policies, their strategies, and introduced a lot of changes to overcome the difficulties brought about by the pandemic. Of course, the museums are not the only institutions that are faced with serious problems because of the pandemic, because coronavirus pandemic embraced all the sectors of the society and all walks of life. And it has been a very serious challenge for museums, including and I think after this pandemic, a lot of things will change in the world. Also, a lot of things will change for museums and in the museums. And yet, not all of the experiences are bad. You can draw very useful information and useful lessons from even from very difficult times that you have been through, and you can revisit your policies and make conclusions to be more successful in future. And I'm still I'm very optimistic. I was speaking about our future. I'd like to make an emphasis on the fact that yes, many museums use online resources, but our project is slightly different from what we have seen so far, because I think it's unique. These online resources have been prepared by the university students solely. How we came along with this, how we managed to do this. Museums, this is critically important. This has been mentioned many times. And I'd like to refer to the presentations by other panelists, for instance, those that are were talking about the need for digitalization. But in this wide spectrum, there's the ways and the means as you contact commercial institutions, educational institutions, and they require their own approaches under this project. And I'd like to say, to start with, that the National Museum has accumulated very extensive experience of preparing educational projects, putting together educational projects. I've included several slides to show to you what achievements the National Museum has had so far, but I'm not going to dwell on this now. Anyway, the National Museum is an institution which has a very rich, very extensive experience of putting together educational programs and programs for the public. The museum educational potential or capacity in the 21st century has been assessed anew, and as a result, the museum paradigm has been altered and changed, and a lot of things are oriented towards the new goals identified in the strategy. And so apart from the financial problems and other problems related to the lockdown, there have been other problems that brought about, but also this period served as a trigger, as an incentive for a wider and fuller use of the online resources. So we revisited our strategy and oriented ourselves towards capitalizing on what online resources we have. We chosen an educational institution as a partner, and this is nothing new, of course. And many museums have long-time experience, long-standing experiences of cooperating with educational institutions. So from my personal experience, I'd like to say that I also teach at a university, and I deliver arts course and modern arts course at this JIPA University. So how did we arrive to the main idea, a project idea? So we wanted to capitalize on the online resources, and it was the students that came up with these online resources. And so I'd like to say straight away that despite the fact that the National Museum in Georgia is one of the most visible institutions in Georgia, one of the strongest museum institutions in Georgia, and there are reasons for that. Indeed, this reputation has been well deserved because it has extensive experience in this area. And as we thought about putting together a syllabus at the JIPA University, I organized the syllabus so that many classes were delivered in the premises of the National Gallery and National Museum. And so it was a revelation for me, some of the things that I saw, because the students come from various backgrounds and the people with diverse interests. So the majority of the students with high academic standing, and so they signed up for my course, and it was a surprise for me to find out that some of them hadn't been to the National Museum at all, even once in their life. It was a cultural shock for me. And so I also looked at the attendance of the students, and their attendance was quite high of the students. Nobody, in fact, missed the lectures. And at the end, we ended up with a situation where a potential audience presented by our students turned into a loyal audience of the museums. And so what was going on when we had the first wave of pandemic, and I at that time continued delivering lectures at the university. I had just returned from the US, and I was on quarantine, and after I went out, I started delivering lectures with my first year students at JIPA. And it was quite a challenging time because nobody had any experience of using, not doing distance classes, online classes. I didn't have time to get to know my students. They were so new to me. These were all fresh students. I'm talking about the students of the media arts department or faculty. And so they have quite an extensive program in the field of modern arts. And as we got down to the topic of American museums and European museums holdings, and I clearly saw how interested the students were in these topics, I suddenly got an idea. Under this lockdown, where all schools are closed and everybody's at home, the school children at home, and there is online teaching, why can't our students, my students that have all these technical skills at the tips of their fingers, because they also took some technical courses. Why can't we get in touch with the museum and do something together, do a joint project together, something that would evoke other people's interest, something that would be interesting to the online viewers. And so this was the major incentive that I have had. And I talked with the JIPA administration, my university's administration, and I also talked to Mihail Tsereteli, the chief administrator of the National Museum, and they were so open-minded they were so open to my idea, my proposal, my project proposal. I'm very grateful to all of them. And indeed, it's very important that your initiatives are supported by the administrations. Otherwise, you cannot go any far. Otherwise, you cannot push for any new idea if you get no support from the administrators of the museum and the administrators from JIPA. And I talked to one of the faculty. This professor is talking about creative coding. It's all about creative software and the use of educational games. And it's, his name is David Makaridze. And he said that this can be integrated into a project, integrated into the syllabus. So before I tell you how this was integrated into the syllabus, because it was a two-step endeavor, because I'll demonstrate what products we ended up and what I'm talking about. Very briefly, I'll tell you what media arts students learn at the JIPA University. They learn how to use the computer tools, the coding tools to produce an interactive product, be it a web page or to do brief animations and things like that, which involve some interaction features. And after that, I realized that I had all the makings in place. I started talking with the students and I organized a brainstorming. I just discussed with the students what potential the museums had and talked about distance learning projects, what a wide spectrum of projects already exist. And so I applied some works from the Smithsonian Museum, and many thanks to them, because we have benefited a lot from this cooperation. And so I showed them one interactive online game. I showed this game to my students and they loved it so much. And it's about how you can do an online game and at the same time familiarize young people and the users or the kids with the museum collection. The content is quite plain and simple. So you show the museum collections. We're talking about fine arts, but this could be applied to any type of collection, any type of museum stock. And as a result of this brainstorming, we plan our activities. We said that our activities will be done in 2 phases. Phase 1, let me show what it implied. This is a little collage that shows about our experiences, about the diversity of our educational programs, and they are all inclusive, and they are not just for kids, but for all adults. They are not exclusively for kids. So this is the first example. At the first stage, students pick up one item from a collection, let's say one painting from a collection of the painting, and they think what they will hide in this photo, from this particular photo, and then they come up with some hints or tips what can be hidden in the picture. And they are invited to come up with the answers. So you see, these are the objects that will vanish from the original picture. These details are just covered, hidden, using the computer software. There is nothing new in that, as you will know. The new thing is there that it is integrated in the distance learning organized by the university students themselves. So these are hidden objects, and then they are shown again. So I will show you also how this is done technically. There are 7 layers of the image, and separately the students have prepared questions. So this is a painting by Pirosmani, a primitivist artist. This is initially you saw the initial original version, and this one is with the hidden objects. This type of activity is so interesting. Before I talk about the stakeholders, and I think this is a win-win situation for all, and this is very important because everybody was involved, and in this dramatic at times everybody got some encouragement, which is very important to evoke some interest in those difficult times. And it's very important that students feel that they contribute to the development of younger generations. And what I like about such an activity, be it during lockdown or in usual times without a lockdown, I think this can be used as a family activity. I'm afraid your time is almost up. Well, I just didn't feel the time flying. So let me show you, for instance, one of the examples where there are some clues and tips, and there are some botany, biology, also some calculations, mathematical things. For instance, some of the clues provide distances, some formula to be used to just find the missing objects in the picture. So it it somehow encourages students to use all the skills that they have, not only say botany or biology, but mathematics. You can choose a painting, for instance, the holiday in Bolnisi, and then you can look at this, view this, and then next time you click, you will see something will be missing, and in that case, this is the little tower with this pointy tower that will be missing, and then the kid is supposed to find all of the hidden, or recall all of the hidden details, the hidden things. So this is a win-win project, and I'd like to underscore this. The pilot version of the project was so successful. Now we are waiting for the feedback from our audience after we upload this game on the webpage of the National Museum, and we're quite looking forward to that. And also, students found it quite motivating and quite interesting to get involved in this project.
First of all, would like to thank you for organizing such conference and giving us opportunity to sharing our museum experience in this crisis, in this pandemic period. First of all, today my topic is about new activities of the HAJAR Museum Center during the crisis during this period. A few words I would like to, just a minute, I want to share my, okay. Okay. And I am going to show you our some our museum's experience. Okay, a few words about our museums. Our museums, HAJAR Museum Center, locates at the center of Baku, and it's a structural division of the administration of the State Historical Architectural Reserve İçerişehir, and was established on 2018 on December. This center is open to the public with its legendary Maiden Tower, the Şirvanşah Saray Complex, and the Gala State Historical Architectural Reserve İçerişehir, and the Sıratağlı Religious Architectural Complex. Here's the Maiden Tower, and also Şirvanşah Palace Complex. Here's the pictures, and the Sıratağlı, and the Beyler Mosque. They unite the time and the people with a feeling of love and humanity. Today, it's a Gala State Historical Ethnographic Reserve Museum. Today, many museums across the country and around the world started working on an online regime due to the spread of COVID-19 virus. As you know, on this purpose, under the hashtag Museum from Home and Stay Home, HAJAR Museum Center Exposition and the museum established an online communication live with the audience between March-September during this difficult time. Taking into account the fact that access to the museum is closed, the staff of our museum has worked on a new method and activity. In this regard, an online schedule program has been set up every day so that visitors can learn something new, which should be great interest even if the museums are closed. During this period, we have signed many interesting projects. I would like to group them as follows: online movies, online virtual tours, online communications, online conferences, exhibitions, and create at home. Now I would like to bring your attention those which are mainly interested among them. Although our conference topic is about the regional museums, however, I think my lecture, especially our museums online experience, would have been interesting for other museums as well. And now I want to begin this topic. It's Museum from Home Novel Battles. It's called Novel Battles, and the first time 3D and 2D animated films, it's called, and in a new format here people got acquainted with glorious works of wise rulers of the Şirvanşah dynasty, a unique and longest dynasty in an Islamic period. We would like to note that this short film was produced for the Şirvanşah Heritage in the World's Museum exhibition, which was first held in 2018 in our country. In these 3D animated films, people got informed about the reinforcements of cities and fortresses by Şirvanşah Manager III, who maintained the city walls, which is inscribed on the World Heritage List of UNESCO. The second interesting project it means Valideynleri Gori, it means take care of your parents within the hashtag stay home. It's because the older generation, as you know, is a main risk group in the current reality. If it's they who most of all need support and love now, and it's about how they are dealing with these hard times and how they inspire you. Such projects will continue and people will be able to stay at home and get more detailed information. For participation in this challenge, we needed post a photo of one of your parents and grandparents, and the second one is a little information about your parents and the grandparents, how they are dealing with those hard times and how they inspire you. And the third is nominating and tag minimum 5 friends. I believe you that this project drew many interested, and everyone shared the photo of their elder parent and created an interesting status about them. The third one is these two words. It's the name of the project is two names, İki Cihan. It's dedicated to the 60th anniversary of the death of great Azerbaijani poet İmadeddin Nasimi. Was marked at a Paris headquarters of UNESCO in May 2017, and Nasimi Festival of Poetry. Art and Spirituality was held in September 2018 in our country. This short film was shown as part of this festival. This film enables people to tell the words spoken by Nasimi, a poet and philosopher, to revive the memories and tradition of the time. Then I want to show you this film. It's the first time we organized online spectacle. Here it's called the Shirvanshah First Khalilullah. It means that Shirvanshah First Khalilullah is the ruler of great Shirvanshah state, and in this spectacle the main roles were played by the students of the Azerbaijan State University of Culture and Art. The main character of the population is Shirvanshah leader Khalilullah I, who went down in the history as a peace-loving ruler who left behind a great legacy in science, culture, and art. Then it's also a very interesting project. As I said before, we just joined online exhibition, online conference. As you know, its online conference was held in May, and with the National Museum of Georgia. About its name, dedicated to the International Museums Day on May 18. Topic for this year was diversity and inclusion. There was, and except that there was numerous exhibition and I can say the conferences which we joined except this. Another interesting project is about our new opened underground bus house. In this period, we opened underground bus house, which dating back to 17th century. The opening, it locates near the Goshagala double gates of the İçeri Şehir, and new exhibition now is open to the public, but now it's closed. But the bus house was revealed during the archaeological excavation near the, as I said, Goshagala. The main interesting the project which we held, virtual tours. Virtual tours are one of the main projects of this period. People can visit the museum while sitting at home and get more information. First of all, we began with a Beyler Mosque. As you say, it's a Beyler Mosque, and Beyler Mosque was built at the end of 19th century, at the beginning of 20th century. For the first time, we organized for our visitors online 316-degree virtual tour to visit Beyler Mosque, built, as I said, beginning of the 20th century, which is now a space for exhibiting the collection of handwritten copies of the Quran, and it's a collection's name, Sacred Relics. Except Beyler Mosque, beside the Beyler Mosque, there is another virtual tour. We show for the first time our subscribers were able to virtually visit the heritage of Shirvanshah in the Museum of the World exhibition, which was organized in 2018 as part of the International Scientific Conference's Travel from Modern Azerbaijan to the Historical State of Shirvanshah. At the exhibition, it's possible to see unique exhibits from the Military Museum of Turkey. For the first time, exhibits from the National Museum of Georgia, the National Museum of History of Azerbaijan, the National Museum of Arts, the Shamaha Museum, and other local museums as well. After this, I want to show you another virtual tour. It's dedicated to the Maiden Tower. The first time people can, while sitting at home, people are able to visit the Maiden Tower, and it was very interesting project, and it was demonstrated on the Association of the International Museum Day on May 18. Currently, this project is being implemented at the Shirvanshah Palace. Now, except this, the tours, we just begin our lectures, online lectures. Online lectures It's very interesting, and I think it's very important for the pupil, because for 2 months a whole series of thematic lectures and the presentation in the field of history, culture and art, architecture were presented. Our online headings involve not only our museum staff, but also invited experts, specialists. The most popular are live broadcasts, which we decided to continue after the end of quarantine regime. Based on a broad approach to the role of function of the museum in society, we don't limit ourselves to communicating with a viewer of presenting information about the monuments and exhibits, but we connect communication with a living interlocutor, graphic artist. There are the Tamara Shalieva, who was is a psychologist and became our guest of our online communication, and also live talk about I can show you about British Council, between the director of museum and Carpet Museum and the Museum of İçerişehir. And there is another the online lecture. It's me, and I just spoke about the online lecture about the national sports, from the national our sports history. It's called Zorhana sport games, martial arts and Zorhana ceremonies, the history, rules, tradition of the national sport and the tradition of Zorhana art that continue up to date. Our other colleagues also made many interesting reports during this period. The project made by us is a Create at Home. It means the artistic embroidery from the rich collection of the İçerişehir Museum Center was demonstrated and information was provided about them. And also colleagues of Museum Center presented their handicrafts. Now at the end, I would like to end that we of course are concerning about how we will live after the quarantine, what awaits us in the near future. We know that İçerişehir is a city and open-air museum and special mysteries attraction for tourists from all over the world. Unfortunately, in the coming months, we will hardly be able to see flocks of foreign tourists and curious lovers and antiquity wandering the streets of our old town. So we plan to develop educational programs for school children and students in the near future, and we will continue its research activities. We will also focus on local tourism. Thank you so much. I hope you could hear me.
Დიდი მადლობა, Hajar, ძალიან საინტერესო.
Many thanks indeed. This has been a very interesting presentation. Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
So you fit the presentation into the allocated time. Many thanks for that too. Once again, I'd like to say that the questions can be presented through the chat, and we'll take this afterwards. Now I'd like to invite the next speaker, Dagmar Bittricher, the Senior Manager of the Regional Museums, and the presentation topic is COVID-19 support programs for Salzburg Regional Museums. The floor is yours, Dagmar.
So, can you hear me? Yes, okay.
Yes.
Garmarjova, Georgia, and good afternoon, everybody all over the world. I'm going to present you this crisis topic from another point of view, as you see, not from the museum side, but from the government's position. Just a short introduction. I hope this will move. It will not, as I see. Sorry. I cannot move the slide. Sorry, it's the remote desktop. Okay. I tried it before, so maybe can somebody help me?
Can you use arrows? Just
Yes, I tried it with the arrows, but it worked before, And now they tell me that internet is not stable. Now it worked. Look at me. So, you know, I'm working in Salzburg. Is one of the 9 federal provinces of Austria, and Austria has about 9 million inhabitants, and covers a territory of around 84,000 square kilometers, and its capital is Vienna, as you see, and Vienna is at the same time also one of the 9 federal provinces. The Salzburg province, the landscape of it is appreciated for its alpine territory, and therefore popular for skiing, climbing, biking. And the city, which has shared the same name, Salzburg city, is well known for its rich cultural life and heritage, for the composer Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, as you will know, and for the film Sound of Music. And since 1997, Salzburg city is listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site for its outstanding and internationally renowned Baroque architecture in its historic city center. Salzburg province covers an area of around 7,000 square kilometers that represents about 8% of Austria's total area. And it has already more than 550,000 inhabitants and 157,000 living in Salzburg city. So 710 villages and towns are grouped into 119 municipalities, 11 of which are cities and 24 are municipalities with market statute. So, okay. Now it was too fast. Salzburg province comes up with more than 140 museums and collections. 62 are registered in our nationwide accreditation system based on the ICOM Code of Ethics and minimum standards, and 33 of them fully meet the criteria of the ICOM definition. They provide outstanding museum work and therefore hold the Austrian Museum Quality label called Austrian Museum Seal of Quality, which was adapted according to the Austrian Museum's standards. A few of the museums I mentioned before are located in the capital and its vicinity and are professionally run by full-time staff. The majority, however, of the local museums and such focused on a certain subject. As you see on the pictures on the right side, there is a small museum on turf. These local heritage museums are mostly voluntarily run with unpaid professionals, as we say, and situated in towns and villages all over the 5 regions. Therefore, we define them as regional museums, for which I am responsible in our office. While the former mentioned museums in the capital are principally fully supported and financed by township and government, besides income from entrance fees and membership fees, the latter are mainly run by associations, more or less supported by the municipalities, but also bound to meet the challenges in basic museum professional work. My main task in the authority, as some of you will know, is such of a consultant regarding financial grants, being responsible for checking the eligibility for support and to monitor the subsidies, but also pushing the key topics in order to mark their uniqueness, to show the variety, and thus to make them more attractive to their audience in particular and to the tourism industry in general. Regional museums can regularly apply for subsidies for different purposes. For example, special exhibitions, new displays, for acquisition of new exhibits according to their key topics, for restoration purposes, advertising material, and also for museum-related events. We enhanced the digitization of all assets in the Salzburg regional museums with a standardized software. and provide personal assistance and training courses twice a year. Up to 125,000 museum objects on display in storages and archives have been recorded up to now. So far, business as usual until March 2020. Then the corona pandemic challenge hit the globe. Also, Austria's museums had, as everywhere, to face a shutdown, and this meant this year's funding applications to the cultural department would stay out or come late. Therefore, the cultural section of the provincial government office decided, together with the Association of Salzburg Museums and Collections, to send a questionnaire to the museums in order to be able to quantify the impact that COVID-19 is having on the province's museum sector and to determine the need for emergency measures. At the same time, we checked the online performances of the museums. As a result, the provincial government, Land Salzburg, launched 3 new COVID-19 support programs, spending the money from the current budget. When it became evident that museums will be able to reopen in mid-May, the provincial government issued and reviewed a special museum edition in partnership with the Salzburg publishing company, Salzburg News, containing all museums' news and opening hours. It was clear for us that we must help keeping the museums running. The restrictions in force at that time made it primarily for small-scale museums with small premises and little staff difficult to cope with. The survey revealed that primarily the volunteer museum staff will need direct financial support for being able to provide the required protective measures enacted by the government for both the staff itself and the potential visitors to come to the museum. So the first program was that we provided direct financial support for protective measures. The government announced full coverage of costs. Submission deadline was end of September, and we expected to get applications in an amount of about 100,000 euro, but only 28 regional museums submitted their bills and proof of payment amounting to around 20,000 euros. So obviously quite a few small-scale museums were sufficiently equipped with just a smaller amount of masks and face shields and disinfectants and barriers at the cash desk, and probably some were sponsored by their community and therefore did not apply for this funding program. The second program we started was to give full coverage of small-scale employment with maximum monthly income of 460 euro. In addition to the protective measures, assistance should be provided to the personal sector. This was clear for us. Most of the regional museums live from the committed, mostly voluntary work of retired people who, due to their age, have become a group with a particular need for protection. The backing of personnel with small-scale employment aimed at supporting the reopening of the regional museums and to guarantee summer opening hours. Subsidies were available for a maximum of 3 months per person and for maximal 2 persons per museum in order to relieve the aging museum staff. Further requirements or conditions were that the subsidies applied to the employment of students and persons, of course, who did not belong to the COVID-19 risk group. The museums had to send proof of payment, copy of the contract, documentation by records of working hours and description of the activities, and deadline also was the end of September. 12 museums applied for this program and employed 18 people during summer, and we funded this project with around 20,700 euros. And the third program was to foster digitization projects. On checking the websites of our regional museums, it turned out that only a few provided online access to explore the collections, and some of them offered, as we heard before, the virtual museum tours for the audience, but that was it. And I speak from the smaller museums. The big ones had a broader offer. Recent months have shown that it is essential that additional creative and interactive online services with which the museum can present its collections and activities are also available to the public. The aim is and was to support sustainable digital projects and new approaches to museums, especially for visitors who, due to barriers, are not able to physically visit the museum. The funding program was also meant to enhance the cooperation between different disciplines and actors. For example, cooperation with universities, creative industries. You see, we try the same possibilities. Subsidies were and still are available for digital art and cultural projects that entice the audience through creative access, for digital strategies, artificial intelligence, apps, games, digital platforms and interactive websites, virtual and augmented reality, and so on. The government, the government covers 80% of this project costs, and I want to mention that for normal grants, the museums get a maximum of 40% financial backing. The submission deadline has been extended from end of September until the end of the year, as it turned out that people need more time for shaping a project, above all cooperation projects. So hitherto 10 projects have been submitted, amounting to around 110,000 euros, with the governmental funding of around 107,000 euro. And moreover, we launched a new website called Kulturfreihaus. You may see it means culture delivered to your living room free of charge, where all cultural online services have been bundled so that they are clearly visible at a glance. So, summing up, with these 3 new COVID-19 special support programs, we intended to encourage primarily our small-scale museums with low budget to continue their work, respectively to expand the range of additional services for a broader audience. We are happy to see that the funding programs were a useful contribution to cope with the challenging museum tasks at these days, and above all, the bringing together of students and regional museum staff has obviously proved to be particularly effective in overcoming these difficult pandemic times. At the moment, we are facing a lockdown with more or less strong restrictions in Austria again. Besides gastronomy and other organizations, also museums had to close their doors at the beginning of November until November 30th. But I hope, or rather I'm sure, we will overcome this shutdown for museums again. And nevertheless, as a result of these special funding programs, I hope I will be able to present you some new virtual tours or other interesting online services next time when we meet again. You see me sitting here in my home office, in the kitchen home office, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thanks to the organizers and the interpreters, and stay healthy. Thank you.
Many thanks. We continue with our session. Now I'd like to ask CATERINA RUSCIO from Malta. She's a professor of archaeology, and she's the researcher of the ancient history, and her presentation is the role of digital tools in the future of small and medium-sized museums in Rome, Italy. The floor is yours, Caterina.
Thank you very much for introducing me, Emma. I'm very happy that ICOM Georgia invited me here. Now I'm going to share the screen. share with you the presentation. Okay. Okay. Just a second. Okay. Can you see me and hear me? Can you see my screen? Is everything clear? Yeah? Okay. Yeah. So, as I say, I also want to share with you the experience, my experience as also a museum educator. Consider I'm cooperating with the Vatican as a museum educator at the museums and in the archaeological area underneath St. Peter Basilica, and visitor management and the public have always been my interest. I believe that if we want our cultural heritage to be known by everyone, we need to interact with the public, so the communication and dialogue are two essential things. Well, in this presentation, though, I like to share with you an observation and analysis that I made in the months of the first lockdown in between March and May 2020 with a few museums that I cooperated with in the past, small and medium-sized museums. So I basically analyzed the work of these museums and their interaction with the public during the lockdown from these three different points of view. As a professional, as an observer, and also as a regular user, because I think that if you're a regular user, you have to understand what you're looking at. And what I realize, it's that, first of all, nothing can be improvised when you're dealing with the public. You need to familiarize with the digital tools in depth, interacting with the public and monitoring what they do, and also the data that are collected. Using the word of ICOM Declaration on Museums, what I think is important to say that it's true that museums promote learning, responsibility, critical thinking, participation, and well-being in the community. We can really say that media learning includes lots of elements that work in favor of a total immersion in learning. So sound, text, the help interactivity, and so the visitors become almost co-editors. So we can really say that the visitors are as important as the museum collections, and the museum is part of the community, exactly like a community. Many communities are part of the museum. Obviously, we know this chart that was the survey of Nemo on the museum online activities, and I could actually learn myself lots of things from all of the from all over the world in these days of the conference. So virtual tours, 3D virtual tours, and posts and use of social media. Every museum is best. Now, I'm talking particularly about the Roman and Italian situation in general. Now, there was a statement of the president of the School of Heritage, Vincenzo Trione, who actually said that we are in the year zero of the museum, and probably everybody is and feels like it's in a year zero, but in the Italian context, the digitalization survey that it was made in between 2018 and 2019 shows that there are there's a limited use of digital tools. There is some improvement in 2019 with a 43.7% of the museum institution that set up a website, and 65.9% have at least have a measured social media account. Well, what I realized through my observation is that lots of the small and medium-sized museums couldn't actually interact with the public in this month of the first lockdown. But I'm presenting a positive data that comes from a report of the University of Milan, the Polytechnic, the reputation of museums and archaeological parks in the month of May. That a survey has revealed a growing trend of the museum followers. So I see this as a positive thing because I feel like the public wants to know more about the museums and the cultural institutions. So in a time in which they stay at home, stopped all of the activities, they wanted to know more about the cultural heritage. The experience I'm showing you today is that one of some city museums and some state autonomous museums I'm in touch with. City museums include a very long list of cultural heritage sites in Rome, and they are all managed by the municipality of the city of Rome, where the state autonomous museums that I contacted were actually those one that have a certain autonomy in management. Consider that what I could see in the city museum system of Rome that I define like winning factors. The city museums, as I said, there are many cultural sites included. But let me say they have all the same web portal, museiincomunediroma.it, that really helped as we could learn people for interacting with the institution. Obviously, the use of social media helped. There was a lot of a reference to contemporary events that people really appreciated on the social media. Like, for example, there was a movie that it was shot in one of the museum's room, and what happened is that this was advertised on the social media, and also dialogue with the public, constant dialogue. One of the things that I could notice and appreciated myself, and the public did it too, is that they could contact directly the institution. It's like there was not a barrier of the screen at that time. One of the social media pages, what I noticed that it was very nice is that you could see the messenger curtain opening immediately. So it was something that it was considered very friendly. And of course, the use of videos and Google Arts and Culture project with the high resolution images. What it was very successful in one of the city museums was an exhibition dedicated to a collection of statues and ancient treasures belonging once to a noble family of Rome. It was advertised a lot on the social media, and when the museum reopened, well, they didn't have enough tickets for all the public who wanted to go. And of course, many people were willing to go and see the exhibition were locals, so from the city of Rome. So the activity on the social media increased, and that's the statistics that are reported by the museum's system. The other two museums that analyzed are these two autonomous museums, the Roman National Museum in Rome, that actually includes 4 other museums with a collection of history and culture of the city in antiquity, and the Etruscan Museum of Villa Giulia. There's a state museum autonomy that once was the villa of a pope, the Pope Julius III. Among the activities of these 2 autonomous museums, I noticed, and this is what was reported also by the communication officer, is that the museums developed a personal narrative and a continuous interaction with the public. I found remarkable the statement of the museum director, Stefan Berger, as a statement a few days ago in which we are experiencing the second lockdown now. So behind the closed doors, the museum continues to work. And this is true. So all of the activities continue. And the different hashtags that were advertised on the social media pages were very successful. Quizzes, games, and competition. And a social media campaign, in the case at least of the National Roman Museum, actually was had as audience the families with kids and adults. And obviously something that the people liked a lot, the clothing competition where people had to dress like the ancient Romans or the Greeks, and they had to post their pictures. daily posts and storytelling were always very much appreciated by the public. The museum also proudly advertised on the social network pages a 3-year scientific and cultural agreement with the National Roman, with the British Museum. So this will allow the museums to create synergies and common strategies. The Etruscan Museum of Villa Giulia actually is not new to the use of digital tools, because the museum director, Dr. Valentino Nizzo, was always interacted with people through the web, and considered that the audience, that one of academics, students, cultural associations and families really appreciated the way the museums acted in these days of closure. There were daily posts that I have to say were very persistent. So they were in the morning, afternoon and evening in the social media. They used YouTube tours for sharing the curiosity, and also for guided tours of the museum, and lots of live sessions. One of the activities in the first days of the lockdown that were very much appreciated by the audience was actually the fact that the director put a camera in his car and actually did this live session explaining the history of the monuments and the streets that he saw from the car. Obviously, the social media numbers were very encouraging. And again, what I noticed from my analysis that in September and October, lots of people visited this museum context. What's next? We have important results to work on. So more public users, more interest of local communities in cultural heritage, more interaction and dialogue with the public. Criticism, of course, is that not many people were trained to this online dialogue with the museums. So in the first weeks of March, not everyone was interacting with the museum as expected. And obviously, not everyone has internet, access to the internet to go easily and use these online sources. As a last part of my presentation, evidence for the future, the web and the various digital tools have shown many potentials, and we have to use that. Also remembering that virtual space does not replace reality, and the museum can really become a multiple use space. Thank you.
Დიდი მადლობა კატერინა, თქვენს ბოლო პასაჟს სრულად დავეთანხმები.
Many thanks, Katerina. I fully share your words that you said at the end of your presentation. It's very much appreciated. Now I'd like to ask our next presenter, Alenka Černelich Kroshelj from Slovenia, the director of the museum of Posavje Regional Museum, and she'll speak about closed, reopened, redefined life with coronavirus. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope that you hear me well. Okay, thank you. As I'm from the country of our president, and today is St. Martin's Day, so I know that we would all enjoy this great Georgian wine, and maybe we would also drink some wine from our great country. So this is cheers for all of you that organized this great conference, even though we all share, I think, this thought now that this Tbilisi and your country would be a great experience and excellent venue to meet you all. So these office conferences are awful from my point of view, even though what we can do now is better than nothing. But anyhow, okay, I will drink it later. Okay, I will share my screen now. Can you see it? Share, not yet. Yes, now, yes. Can you see my screen? Yes, hopefully. Yeah, okay. So this is, You see? Do you see it? Yes. Okay. So this is actually the castle that our museum is situated in. This is quite a typical Slovene museum house, because after the Second World War, a lot of regional museums were situated in castles. So here are my doors. I'm waving to you from these doors. And this is a small city on the border between Slovenia and Croatia. And maybe another map. I would like to be here today, but I'm here, okay, don't worry, it's okay. So our museum, as it is situated in this small town, in this region with only 7,000 inhabitants, has a very important role in not just safekeeping and presenting heritage, but also in everyday life as a cultural center, as the center of different programs. So that was actually our life before March of 13. A lot of events, some very typical from museum, like exhibitions, some more involved on our field, our town, different parts of our region where our public work is, how do you say, dedicated. We have to do it in a way, and we really enjoy doing it. It was also quite crowded, with different stakeholders, with different supporters, with different events for different anniversaries and so on. We also did a lot of work for vulnerable groups. I think that they are really affected in these times of lockdowns. So this is one of our very important public. A lot of societies work in our region, as in any, I know, but anyhow, we are quite proud of good connections and good collaborations. Every year we have castle adventure. We spend a week in our castle. We also sleep there, even though we don't have rooms. We don't have bathroom. This is quite a great event. This was also last year, this year not very possible. And like I said, always a lot of happenings. We have more than 250 events per year. Some we organize ourselves with a lot of cooperations. So as you can see, we have this great venue, Baroque hall, terrace, courtyard. So it's not just the museum, it's actually the center, activity center, and we work a lot with people, not just for. So our president again, she was our guest this February. You don't see that she had a broken arm and she was still working. So thank you, Irena, for this cooperation. And it's the same that you are now in Ljubljana, I'm in Brežice, as we were in Tbilisi, so hopefully next time. Okay, this is just a small picture. So on the 13th of March, the first lockdown happened to us. We were quite active on Facebook website, not so much in Instagram. So that was not actually the new thing for us. But in one way, we are quite a small museum. Average employment number is around 20. So we don't have a special department. Now that we are learning through webinars and be part of different conferences, we have some great examples from big museums, and they were talking our digital team. We don't have digital team. We are all digital teams. Well, mostly one colleague, coordinator of cultural programs, she deals with that a lot, with some very few funds that she has. We don't have a lot of fund for Facebook promotion, for changing our website all the time. We try to manage it as we can. So that was the first step. Our website was not really adjusted to new things that we wanted to show through website, through Facebook, so on. So, and actually, according to the health regulations and our Ministry of Culture, it was recommended that people work from home. We live in a region, this is a small region, a lot of so-called white flakes or white spots where the internet is not so much available. This is quite a big problem. In our region, a lot of hills and so on. So it is not even for all of our employees to be all the time on the web. And we don't practice this much. We like, all of our employees like to come here. We have a big castle, so everyone has their own office. So we were not so, but the instructions were like that. We were kind of afraid what was going on. So actually this team was, only 4 of us were working through the whole time. Me as a director, accountant, because we had to send a lot of reports to our government, to 4 municipalities, to Ministry of Culture. We made so many reports on who is working, on what day, what he or she is working on. So these reports were quite tiring. So this digital team has to become our team, and we had some troubles with connecting with different departments, with understanding. And what we found out, that we use digital platform for documentation. It's called Galis in Slovenian language, but we don't have a lot of great photographs. They were more working photographs. We cannot just use them for communication. We cannot just use them for this type of communication, because we opened the platform for children, for school children. We try to help with the school homework. We try to make some museum teasers in a way, how to pass the time. We did this, we published this, we posted this on Sundays to help parents to do something with their children and so on. So this was quite a challenging time for us, even though we had a lot of great ideas, how to execute them, how to be successful with it. Was a bit of challenge, even though in Slovenia, our colleagues said that we were one of most, active museums also on web. So this is some pictures from we launched the new project for the public. How do you live? How is your life with coronavirus? So at first it was like a very amusing thing to do. You see a lot of pictures from Zoom meetings, from Skype meetings. It was an Easter time, so a lot of pictures how people celebrated, not to be connected with the families connected through Zoom and web, like you see here. This is one family, actually mine, but doesn't matter. We connected with friends and family at that time, how somebody celebrated birthday. So it was like a great moment at the time, and we really enjoyed it. I will tell you later. So we tried to cooperate with other museums in the region. So we made a web exhibition for International Museum Day, even though at that time, on the May 18th, our museum was already reopened. Reopening was also quite a challenge, because we had to count our space, how many people can be in one space. So we have some rooms that only can accept, according to regulation, 1 person. So what happens with the family? What was going on with the schools and so on? A lot of challenges. This is only in Slovene, because at that time there were no tourists. We have a great spa, big spa near Brežice, and so during the summer we have a lot of foreign tourists from Germany, from Netherlands. Italy is a very great country. We have a lot of tourists from Italy, Austria, also Croatia, and so on. But this year Slovenian language was quite enough. So we use this night, because our castle is actually from the 16th century, to be the guard of safety, of wealth of our visitors. and also of our employees. So this is some pictures from events. We had to, this great hall could only, usually it can host 200 person, now it was only 50. We had a wedding with mosque. We had a tent on our courtyard, and we did it like it was a great yard, as you can see. So we tried to do our best. A lot of challenges was here because we didn't know how long will it go, but we had some support from our municipality also. The tourists that spend the night in our municipality got the free ticket for the museum. And now we are negotiating how much money we will get from it. But it was a successful promotional action. I think that it was really, it helped us to get through this summer, and it will also be a good, it is a good influence on our income for this year. So another lockdown. So this is one of the newest pictures. We went behind our museum walls. This is actually the wall of our castle. So we made a street exhibition, a small street exhibition with some projects and exhibitions that are waiting behind these walls. So this is actually the second lockdown, and it is even more challenging for me, I have to say, from the aspect of the director, because even though we thought that we managed to do everything and we stayed healthy, we were not so much affected in our museum by this coronavirus. I think, according to our employees, co-workers, and also according to our visitors. But actually, every day in Slovenia is worse, and we don't know how long will it last. Children are schooling at home. We have young employees that have little children. A lot of administration. Again, you have to report to different types of government. What are you doing? Who is working where? What is going on? So actually, for me, it's quite a tiring and challenging period. We still don't know if we will get all the money from our financiers. As colleague talked about donations, this year we didn't get any donations, actually just one from the private interpreter, or from the private person. So this is quite a difficult time financially. Also, even though we are a public body, we are not endangered as many museums in the world, but actually it's a challenge. So we hope that we also made some virtual tours of our new exhibitions. This is one from Traces of Secular Heritage, 360 tours, films that are made very professional. This one is more professional. Some notification, please come. We invite you to virtual tour. We do just by our phones, very simple. So this is actually something that we are all doing, and we try to do it with as little money as we can, and hopefully next year the budget, some part of the budget will go to this even more. So this is one view to our arcades. Here is my entrance to my office again. So these are the most important people for me at this moment. My co-workers, people that from different ages, from different generation, different skills. They are taking care of the castle, taking care of our programs. And these are our, how do you say, statements that are connected with our vision, with our how do you say, definition what we do. And as in the 6 statements, this is very important. Yes, I know. This is the end. This is actually the end. So our mission is that we are open house. We're trying to be that. So again, this was the end, actually. This was the end. So thank you for listening to me. I got great ideas, and I really enjoy being with you, even though this would be better in Georgia. Thank you.
Thanks, Alenka. We are looking forward to having you here in Georgia, and we hope that you can come soon and we could meet each other face to face, all of us, all the participants. What you talked about, in fact, is very identical to what museums in Georgia are going through. There were a lot of similarities. Now, let's continue our session. I'd like to ask ARNOLD TÓTH, an ethnographer, a curator from the Herman Ottó Museum. And his topic is personal bravery and the social networks crisis in the history of the Herman Ottó Museum. The floor is yours.
Dear conference, hello everybody. You can hear me properly? If yes, I start my presentation. It's a very big pleasure for me to be here with you, and I greet everybody who I've met before in different places of Europe, different conferences, and I'm very sad that we cannot meet personally this year. Today is a black day for the Hungarian museums, because we start our second lockdown from today. So it is an emblematic date for this presentation. But as an ethnographer and as a historian, I am interested in the past. And my question is what we have learned from the past, from past crises in the history of the museums, because I think we all know that the coronavirus is not the first and not the last and not the only one crisis in the history of museums. In the museum's history, we can find many different crises, and this pandemic here is a very sad but a very inspiring opportunity for the historians, for us to think about these challenging times. Now I would like to share my screen with you. Hopefully it will work. In my presentation, I will show you 2 stories. One story will be about some brave men who rescued the museum collections during the World War. The second story will be about a natural disaster, the collapse of the museum building due to a river flood, which ended up with a very nice community network around the museum in the 1960s. But first of all, a few words about our city and our museum. Miskolc is located in northeastern Hungary. It was originally a middle-sized town, and only in the last few decades turned into a large industrial city with more than 170,000 inhabitants. And our museum is a regional museum. It is named after Otto Hermann, who was a famous scientist, a local patriot, and a member of the parliament from Miskolc. Our institution today is not a single museum, but we manage a museum network of city institutions with many exhibition buildings and many repositories, even a modern art summer camp. So we have 13 venues throughout the city, and we have 140 colleagues and more than 300,000 objects and artifacts in our collections. Our museum was founded in the end of the 19th century, and there was an essential role of the local community, because our museum was born on the citizens' initiative. A local civil group was formed in order to increase the general knowledge among the citizens. This association for the public culture involved the museum goals in its mission statement. So in the last year of the 19th century, they started a museum with 15 volunteer members in the former building of a Protestant grammar school, and they opened the first exhibition in 1902. You can see some old pictures from the history of the Miskolc Museum. So the first crisis, the real big crisis, came in the Second World War. The Museum of Miskolc became a middle-sized institution between the two world wars. There were only 3, 4, 5 professionals who took care of the collections and made the researches and organized the exhibitions and other events for the audience. The collections in the 1940s, you can see here the numbers. So these more than 70,000 objects, archaeological findings and nature history species, all collection material, survived the Second World War in safety. It was thanks to personal bravery. The rescuing of the collections in Miskolc started in 1943. When the Hungarian army was defeated by the Soviets at the river Don, and it became clear that Hungary will lose the war soon. That year, there were 3 employees and some volunteers in the museum. Early spring, they pulled down the exhibitions and packed almost every object into boxes and crates, and until the end of the year, the whole collection was moved to the cellar, where 8 premises were full packed with these created artifacts. After this evacuation of the collections, the second critical point was the problem of guarding the museum and watching after the collection. The real difficulties started after the first bombing of Miskolc by the Allied powers, when more than 200 people died. The population of the town had to move into air raid shelters. These 3 colleagues who I have mentioned before, they organized the watching among themselves. The director was on duty every day. He visited the museum building each morning to control the status of the collections, and there was a volunteer doctor who, due to his profession as a doctor, had the freedom of movement on the streets under curfew periods. He could help the director to organize this visit to the museum every day. But the really brave man was Mihály Gáspár in the folk costume. You can see him on this picture, who, as a museum guard, he lived in the building of the museum in an official flat with his family. During the war years, he moved down to the cellar, where he created a temporary flat for himself and for his family, next to the chambers hiding the collections. To make it even more safe, he built an extra brick wall so nobody could recognize the museum objects behind this extra wall in the cellar. His precaution with his secret brick wall in the cellar was not in vain, because the Red Army occupied Miskolc on the 3rd of December in 1944, and one of the military headquarters was in the building of the museum. And the really dangerous event happened on the 21st of December, because a group of Soviet officers decided to give a festive party in honor of Stalin's birthday. And the venue of this celebration was the museum building. So the director and his colleagues had to prepare the library reading room and all the museum rooms for the Stalin's birthday celebration party. These celebrating Soviet officers ordered the museum workers to leave the building, with the exception of this brave man, Mihály Gáspár, who was allowed to stay there. Thanks to his personal bravery, nobody could find the hidden collections behind the wall in the cellar. The second crisis, the second story, was after the Second World War, when the museum slightly started to develop in the 1950s, 1960s. In the 1950s, the building of the museum got in a really dangerous shape because originally it is a school building from the medieval ages, and although in the 1950s there was a reconstruction, many physical problems were not solved around the building. So the building became dangerous for the early 1960s. You can see here on this picture that a small river, it is called the Sinva River, is next to the building of the museum. Although it is not a really big one, I mean, this river is not a really big one, it can cause really big problems. It is relatively small, but sudden river floods can cause big problems, as it happened, for example, in 1878, when Hungary's biggest flood happened in its history, with the highest number of casualties in the history of our country. So the canalization of this small river started in the 1960s, and these canalization works at the riverbank changed some kind of static structure problems and caused irrigation, and the wetted walls of the ancient medieval ages museum building collapsed on a fatal night of the 23rd of August in 1967. You can see on this picture what happened. This damaged part of the building was built in the 18th century, and the wall fell in the Sinva River, and the 9 meters high and 10 meters wide empty hall arose instead of the wall. The ceiling and the joist hangers all collapsed. One exhibition room and the repository were demolished. All the exhibition material of the Bronze Age archaeological collection and the major part of the local history collection was destroyed. And even though the police arrived soon, a few days later, a wooden palisade was built to cover the open wall. In spite of these efforts, the museum was robbed, and even more artifacts vanished. So more than 20,000 objects of the historical collection suffered the highest damage, and the total number you can see here on the slide, how many artifacts and how many percent of the collections was demolished during this catastrophe. After the disaster, a proper strategy and the rescue plan was elaborated to move the remnants of the collection to safe places. And the whole system of the museum changed, and we use this system even today, because the previous model of a concentrated single institution was replaced by a new model, a network of buildings. The city government offered 5 new venues for museum purposes, including 2 schools and the former city library. The reconstruction of the collapsed building was a long process. It took 7 years, and when the new exhibitions reopened in 1974, the museum already got a new headquarters and a new museum building. You can see this on the picture. So the renovated ancient medieval building now houses only the exhibitions and the events for the audience. So what we have learned from the past, from our own history, what is the conclusion? I think that today's relevant museum paradigm is about the communities. For many institutions, the main question is, how can the museum involve the local communities into their activities? An American anthropologist, James Clifford, identified the museums as contact zones. So the postmodern and post-colonial museums of today has an open-minded approach to the audience. And his point of view can be easily adopted to our local context, traditional city museums, traditional regional museums of Europe, because in time of crisis, the community-led model of the local museums can help when rescuing is needed or safeguarding is needed, and to safeguard the cultural heritage. the commitment, the engagement to the community, the high degree of voluntary actions, the cooperation between the museum and its audience is very, very important, and it means new perspectives for the days after the crisis. Thank you very much for your attention.
Arnold. Many thanks, Arnold. So it is very interesting. Now, I'd like to ask our last participant for this session from Israel, the head of the international relations, and we are in for a virtual tour of the desert home in Ben-Gurion. Miri Palmach, the floor is yours.
Am I on? Hi, everybody. Good evening here in Israel, here at Sde Boker. My name is Esther Suissa, and I'm here at the Ben-Gurion Desert Home. Can you hear me okay? Is it okay? You can hear me okay? Yeah, so I'd like to thank Miri Palmach, the director from here. Thank you to Noga, to HAVATZELET, to Irma, and to Lana for making this happen. It's been a lot of correspondence. And what we wanted to show you, it's just getting dark here in Israel. It's 5:15. 1 minute. Let's see if we can make the sound better. Can you hear me? Is the sound better? Let me know if you can hear me.
Yes, it's much better. Thank you.
Okay. So here we are at the Ben-Gurion. David Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister, the founder of the state of Israel, came to live here in 1953, came to live here in the desert in the south of Israel. He died in 1973. In a week's time, we're going to be commemorating his passing away. And the reason why we've joined is also to show how we've managed, how we have responded to the crisis of the pandemic of COVID-19. And as Miri always says, we've gone through wars. As you probably know, Israel has undergone many military campaigns and many wars. And yet, this is something that we've never had to deal with. Even during very difficult times, we've always been open. Since March, we have had 2 lockdowns. In July and August, visitors did come. Since then, we've had virtual tours. And I'd like to show you some of the things. First of all, to show you the home, because the home is very interesting, and tell you a bit about how we've coped. So I'm going to turn around because the home is much more interesting than I am. Let's just... so if you've made it till now, I know that I'm the last presenter before the discussion. Thank you for staying with me. And let me just show you the home from the outside. We are under the Ben-Gurion Heritage Law. In 1976, 3 years after the first Prime Minister died, the law was passed in order to instill the heritage of David Ben-Gurion. So we are recognized by the government, we're partially funded by the government. As you can see here, this is a hut, a very simple hut which David and his wife Paula moved to in 1953. And what I'm going to show you is, first of all, why we're allowed to be here. And here we have, if you can see closely, we have the will of David Ben-Gurion, that he says that he gives, he wants his house to be given to the public. I hope you read it. And everything inside it should be shown to the public, and it should be maintained its original character. So in the 47 years that we have been open since he died, we've tried to maintain the character of the Ben-Gurion house. If you look at the colors, the paint, we have repainted it, but in the same shades. And we've really tried, first of all, to stay open. From March 15th, we immediately moved to virtual tours, and we insist as much as possible to provide live tours. I know that many have recorded tours, but we feel there's something very special about having a live tour. So I'm showing you around his house. It's very well preserved. Miri Palmach and the staff work very hard to keep this very, to keep the preservation. It involves a lot of work. So this was his home. Who did we provide, who are we providing the virtual tours from? Just an hour ago, we provided this tour to a group of school children in Paraguay. We've given virtual tours to classes, to elderly people in the United States, Australia, Germany, France. The idea that there are no geographical barriers has made this crisis into an opportunity. And one of the amazing things is that if you come on a regular visit, and only today did we open for actual visitors, but only if they reserve ahead of time and only with guidance. So on a regular tour, you walk around, but on a virtual tour, we're actually allowed to hop over the ropes. So we can hop over the ropes and we can show things which up till now we haven't been able to show. So as I walk around, and I can show you a picture of Abraham Lincoln, a map of Israel, and show what a leader lives like. So the leader, he has national objects, he has personal photographs. This is David Ben-Gurion and his wife, his 3 children, Geula, Renana, and Amos. So we see a personal home, but we also see a nation leader's home, a leader who was interested in philosophy. There's a picture of Plato, and yet he had a phone. Sometimes the children don't understand what type of phone this is, because today everybody has smartphones. And they find this very, very interesting. So we'll be able to walk around, ask the participants what they think. What do they think is here? This is in his living room. He had objects from the East. He visited Burma. He visited Burma in 1961. This is a Burmese temple. He was friendly with UNU. And we're now trying to do a joint tour with the Museum of UNU. In addition, we are showing, we have connections with the Ho Chi Minh Museum in Vietnam. And we're also trying to do something similar to Gandhi, because with these, David Ben-Gurion was in touch with these leaders. So we're looking for connections and international collaborations in order to expand our activities. Here you have a small koala bear, which wasn't here. It was left behind probably by one of the grandchildren and became a fixture here in the home. I'm just going to show you 2 more rooms, and whilst I show you, again, explain there is something quite magical about showing a virtual tour. So not only to people abroad, in the past few weeks, we've been giving free virtual tours every single day to people living in Israel, mainly elderly. It's true, as people said, I listened beforehand, the importance of the older population. But of course, one of the problems is the technology and how to facilitate the technology to people who are not technologically wise. So we showed for instance, in this room, when I give a virtual tour, I ask, how many books do you think is in David Ben-Gurion's library? And then I give everybody a chance. I give the children or the participants a chance to answer. And then when they write different answers in chat, I give the answer, which is 5,000 books. There are 5,000 books here. There are another 20,000 books in his Tel Aviv home. David Ben-Gurion was born in Plonsk in Poland. Then it was part of Russia. He came to live in the land of Israel in 1906, became the prime minister in 1948, and 5 years later he came here. So I tell the experience that we're giving is that it's just you and us. And as you can see, we're all alone here. He has a very big globe, which I think is very representative of who we are, of what we're doing just now. Here we have this big globe, and we're talking to Hungary and Georgia and Austria and China, and it's very exciting that we can do this in with such technology. So this is the size of the globe, and this is how Ben-Gurion looked at the time. He was only around 5 foot, about 1.5 meters. He was very short. So we showed these as well. We showed the bedrooms. This was Paula's bedroom. Paula was his wife. She passed away in 1968. People asked questions. We're able again to go over the ropes and show different pictures. And I can say, and Miri, I can say that despite the crisis, Miri has said to me that we are only 50% down in participants, which means that we would appreciate many more participants, but we've only gone down by 50%. This is a kitchen, very similar to a 1950s, 1960s kitchen. I gave a tour to American children in the summer, and somebody said, oh, look, here's a ninja. So this is a mixer where Paula would make him a smoothie. And you can see even the recipe here. And we go around. It's usually a 45-minute tour. Of course, today it's not. Then we show the bedroom of David Ben-Gurion. Again, on a regular trip, we wouldn't be able to go over the ropes, but we show the books. We can even show them the different clothes that David Ben-Gurion, the Prime Minister, wore. Here you can see we take out the clothes, what he wore for special events. And people find it very exciting. And we're always looking for additional collaborations. So despite the fact that we are in a crisis, and I just want to show you that the only picture in David Ben-Gurion's bedroom is of Mahatma Gandhi, which is quite unusual, as they actually never met. And this is one of the reasons why we're trying to connect to one of the museums in India, because there is a connection. And through showing this museum, through showing this home, we talk about resilience. David Ben-Gurion dealt with a lot of personal crisis during his life, a lot of national crisis in his life as well. And we try and take episodes in his life and show how crisis can lead to a challenge and can lead to an opportunity. And that's our message which we're trying to portray. So in addition to virtual tours, we give lectures online. We're developing escape rooms online that people can join. But we do put the emphasis on live. The idea is that we want them to experience it and not just to press the button and play. We have materials online. If you go into Google and you look up Ben-Gurion Desert Home, there are a few materials online, but we are trying to give a very special experience, and we wouldn't have reached groups such as your conference. Thank you to Noga. We wouldn't have reached Paraguay today or America. The idea that not everyone is going to come here, and yet we've been able, through Zoom and through the technology, we've been able to reach a lot of groups. And we know that hopefully when the pandemic will end, hopefully soon, the pessimists here in Israel say that there may be a third lockdown. We hope very much so that there won't be another lockdown. But even when this ends, virtual tours and the idea of digitalization is going to become a very permanent part of ours. And I heard it from other organizations, other museums. Even when all this ends, hopefully soon, we will continue by giving virtual tours, by giving virtual lectures for people who can't come here physically, whether because of a disability or they just aren't coming to Israel. For us, it's a way of spreading the heritage of David Ben-Gurion, talking about the history of Israel, about Zionism, and reaching other audiences. And I would like to say that I was very impressed by a lot of the presentations. For me, it's a really eye-opener. And as I said in the chat, it's amazing how we're really a small world. We're all dealing with the challenges, we're all dealing with the difficulties, and yet we're all trying to find solutions. So thank you again. Thank you for the opportunity. Hope to see you soon. Come and visit.
Many thanks, Esther. Many thanks indeed. So this virtual tour crowned this session, so we were able to move over to Israel. Now we have an opportunity to have some discussion. You had an opportunity to follow the questions and possible answers on the chat. Some of the questions to the answers were answered. So if there are more questions left, let's do so. We can go over these questions on the chat, and if you see a question that is addressed to you, I'd like to ask you to come forth and answer this question that's addressed to you. It's a request to panelists. So if you allow me, there's some questions that were missed. They still remain unanswered.
There is a question, I think, to Hajar. I think the comment from Jignesh Das. What a noble idea, including older generation with museum work. And response from Dinkian, can't agree a lot. The elderly interest should be safeguarded. Maybe Hajar would like to comment it. And for Dagmar, there has been several questions, and I don't know if Dagmar answered to Irena about the question, do you find the number 12 for participating museums low or small? What did you expect?
Oh yes, I answered and I said yes, 12 museums out of around 95 museums we call regional museums are not too bad. Maybe the number could have been higher, but I think it was okay for that time, because I think that it was not so easy for the museum staff to find convenient persons in quite a short time, so that they can employ them for this small-scale employment, you know. Is this okay for you?
It's on the chat. So to simply come to the end of the discussion, I'd like to check with the panelists and the participants. If you wish to ask more questions or you would like to make a comment, please do so now. If not, then I'd like to wish you a very nice evening, wish you every success. It's been a very interesting day, similar to yesterday. We are in for very interesting presentations tomorrow. So I'd like to say goodbye to you until tomorrow. See you tomorrow. All the best and have a nice evening.
Good afternoon to everybody. Can you hear me? Great. I think we are ready to start. So today's session, I have the honor to moderate, and we start. Okay, we can invite now HAO Jing. She is from Tianjin Museum. She graduated from Hebei University in 2015, then finished the undergraduate in Hebei University in 2018, majoring in classical philology. In 2018, she joined the Tianjin Museum, engaged in news writing and publishing, media publicity and promotion of activities. HAO Jing will present the topic, Regional Museums Use the Digital Platform in Times of Crisis, a case study of Tianjin Museum. Please.
I will do the speech about the Regional Museum Use Digital Platform in the Time of Crisis, a case of Tianjin Museum. And please next. Thank you. Well, today my little speech will mainly explanation start from these 4 parts. And the first part is overview Tianjin Museum's development. In this part, I will introduce about our museum's history and collections. And secondly is about the development of public education in Tianjin Museum. And third, I will mainly talk about the explanation and practice in social education during this pandemic. And finally is some strategies that when regional museums face the crisis about what can we do. Please next. And the first part is about our museum. Please next. Next. And this is China, and our museum is located in Tianjin. Tianjin is in the north of China, nearby Beijing, and because it's a unique geographical location, Tianjin has become a complex geopolitical place since modern times, and also due to its location, it has been greatly developed. And next, please. About Tianjin Museum, this is our museum, and Tianjin Museum as the Tianjin Municipal Museum is comprehensive museum of history and art. And its background can be traced back to one of the earliest museum in China that established in 1980. It has a history of more than 100 years, and it's the most representative regional museum in Tianjin. And the current Tianjin Museum, whether its architectural appearance or the restricted exhibition display, both representative a large modern museum in Tianjin. And Tianjin Museum's collection feature, we not only pay attention about Chinese art of the past dynasties, but also include modern historical document and local historical materials. There are ancient bones and books, painting, jade cells, and some stamps, and also include Dunhuang manuscripts in the museum. And there are nearly 200,000 pieces of variety collections in our museum, and also nearly 200,000 books and materials in Tianjin Museum. And please next, thank you. This picture shows 3 basic exhibitions in Tianjin Museum. There are 5 floors in our museum, and the first ground floor is about the original Tianjin sculpture, and the first floor is the selected rare relics collected by Tianjin Museum. And the second floor is about the modern Tianjin, and the 3 to 4 floor has 10 exhibition halls for our temporary exhibitions. Please next. And this is the second part. I want to talk about the development of the public education in Tianjin Museum. Please next. As the local regional museum, Tianjin Museum adhering to the development strategy of outgoing for so many years, and we instead of publicity the exhibition in the exhibition halls, Tianjin Museum focus on playing activities content, basic on the collections of our museums, and going out to the publicity to unfold the offline education activities. We always cooperated with other units and the departments to carry out joint the social education activities in Tianjin to bring the exhibitions and culture relics knowledge into the society, and try hard to let the museum culture and art become more popular. And please next. And this is the DIY course we've been launched. This is the children in this picture are making the poetry. Is also one of our collections. Please next. And this picture is show us about we organized the children drawing the collections in our museums. And please next. Every week we design the free lectures for different social groups. We invited experts in various fields to hold a knowledge lecture of museum culture lecture class to dig deeper about the exhibitions for the audience. And please next. And this is about the Museum Plus project. Since we launched the Music Plus project, it's relevant about the activities have been held every New Year's Day, such as the first picture is about our New Year's in museum. And we also have to make the moon cake in the Moon Autumn Festival and etc. A varieties of culture experience activities combine the exhibitions with our culture and the traditional culture to form the Museum Plus series of culture experience called Brands. Okay, please next. This picture is the Tianbo study tours. Tianbo is the short of Tianjin Museum, and this project have been carried out for many years. It's basic on our permanent exhibitions and the temporary exhibitions of the museum. We have been launched many themes, and this themes study tour have been planned, such as Tianjin, Beijing, Hebei, about this craft and the collections, and also visit the Forbidden City and the Xi'an study summer camp, like that like that tours, set up tourism and study tours related to the exhibition. It combines the exhibition in the museum with a study tour outside the museum, and it leads the audience to return to the cultural background and the costumes of the exhibition itself, forming a series of this experience course. Give us museums Tianbo study tour. Through above those measures, and the Tianjin Museum has taken an approach to carry out offline education activities and established a good reputation among Tianjin's regional museum. The brand imagine of the museum has been established. And next. And this is the third part about the museum is a collection unit, but it also undertakes an extremely important social and educational function. During this period, major of Tianjin citizens in our city support government's core activity to fight the epidemic at home. In order to entertain the citizens' lecture time at home, Tianjin Museum publicity and the educational channel from offline to online. And please next. This is the first measure is the Cloud Wheel exhibition. This exhibition is beginning at the this epidemic coming. When the epidemic coming, Tianjin Museum and Tianjin Art Museum launched 2 temporary exhibitions, but all of these exhibitions were affected by the epidemic when it opened, and the audience cannot enter museums to visit those exhibitions. So we used internet to conduct the cloud viewing exhibition. We through webcasting and other forms in the broadcasting, invite some senior narrators to lead some guidance to lead the audience visit online. And during this epidemic, Tianjin Museum and municipal platform conducted 6 live broadcasts with attractive more than 10,000 viewers. And please next. And this is about the Museum Day activities in conjunction with tourism. May the 18th in this year is National Museum Day. In this special period of whole world against this epidemic, and Tianjin Museum combined with the theme of Manipul and Inclusive Museum Day in this year that launched a large-scale live broadcast. In this live broadcast, Tianjin Museum treats the exhibitions of exhibition we just published as the main line and the opportunities. Make an interactive podcast with Dule Temple Museum and Jizhou in Tianjin and Yuan Qing Dynasty in Tianjin, Tianfei Plaza Museum and some other regional museums in Tianjin to get broadcast together, which allow viewers to use the internet to join this epidemic, to join this exhibition in Tianjin.
Let me remind you, 1 minute left. For your presentation.
Okay. So next picture, please. Okay, this is the third method we just used, is to carry out the online activities and record the online courses. Through this editing, our courses just have the number of clicks on the articles of this part almost 20,000 people to viewing our courses. And please next. And this the final part to my presentation. I want to summarize the measure that regional museum can take in the disaster. Please next. This is the measure that I just think. The first one is regional museum make the linkage to joint the development wheeling exhibition online, like the cloud wheeling exhibition and etc. And the second one is create a museum brand through the design course, and through this program, the activities of Tianjin Museum cannot be launched on time. Therefore, to design the material package and the corresponding cultures and creative the products which face different age group has become more significant. So I used this, and this the third one and the fourth. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much, HAO JING. It was very interesting experience from Tianjin Museum. So now I would like to invite the next speaker, Xinli Wang, from Yangzhou Museum, China. She's a PhD candidate of Anhui Normal University, and also the researcher staff of the Department of Conservation and Collections in Yangzhou Museum. She is a fellow of the China Museum Association. She has particular interest in local history of Yangzhou city and the material culture of Huizhou salt merchants. She will present the topic Museum Helps the Craftspeople of Local Intangible Cultural Heritage in COVID-19. Please. Yes, now we can hear you.
Hello, my name is Xinli Wang. I'm from the Yangzhou Museum, and I come Georgia. Would you remind me if I have just the last 6 minutes? I have a short video.
I will definitely do it. Yes, you have.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. And can you see my PPT?
Yes, we can, and okay. You can open full screen also.
I changed my title. That is what museum can do amid the COVID-19 pandemic. And at first, I want to show all of you a medal of my friend. This medal was rewarded to one of my friends to reward her hard working and contributing to fight with the COVID-19. She worked in a hospital in Wuhan City, the worst hit Chinese province during this epidemic. And this is our museum. And when the pandemic outbreak, our museum main job just including satelliting the museum space. We learn how to satellite in the space. The conservation and the collection department and the replay department also consider the possible damages of items made of different materials and keep them under closer observation. And the second is affording assistance to our staff. This staff is me. When the pandemic outbreak, I was spending my holiday with my parents' home in Hubei, which capital is Wuhan. And when the museum know my situation, they set mask and important to me. And third, we preparation collection pandemic related items. When the epidemic outbreaking, we keep an eye on pandemic news and making preparation for receiving and collection pandemic record items. In the process, we become aware that we had underestimated the impact of this pandemic. We had never expected that the strict control to last for 1 month when all public space were closed. The museum did not know when did we reopen. Then we decided to launch some online activities to keep community with our friends. But what we can do? Then we analyze our competitor. As a provider culture service, the museum faces competition from not just the museum, but also from the other media platforms like movie, TV, content, website, or short video apps. People may access this service convenience from home and either choose whatever is in their taste rather than to fit passively by museum. In fact, during this special time, many museums offer online visiting experience. If we do not have interesting experience, people will go to the other museum or the media platform. Second, we analyze the service of our competitors. By the 2000 February, over 150 museums in China has put their digital museum or virtual museum service online, like the Palace Museum. This is the Palace Museum. I got a screen. The Palace Museum put a video series entitled "The Chinese New Year in the Palace" on its online platform to introduce the Chinese New Year custom and how the royal family used to celebrate the New Year. And like the other short video app, a law teacher attacked 1 billion fines just 3 days after he opened his account. This is the law teacher. And another is this is online museum. You can go to the website to choose what museum you want to do and they display. Certainly, we also analyzing the commerce. We check visitor comments and analyze the success or negative of the online programs. At that time, we found that some comments said, the virtual museum is interesting, but it's boring to have many museums do the same. Another comment said, there seems to be a little difference between the items online display in the digital museum and those in a real museum. Then we are assessing our own museum. What can we do? We try to find the answer like this. What are the highlight products of our museum, and are they air-catching? Which groups of people do their target? Is our museum assessed in events or activities? Can people join our activities at home? Can we help others by such activities? What else can we do to follow up after the pandemic? In reality, tourism is an important part of our city economy. The city tourism industry has suffered heavily since the outbreak of coronavirus. The government wished to revitalize the economy by the cultural tourism. Then we work with the local intangible culture heritage association to launch an online session on Weibo, the Chinese Twitter-like social media service. But however, the Yangzhou have such a long list of local intangible culture heritage to share with the world. Which should we choose? Then I will show you the local intangible cultural heritage, wood carving, rice paper flouring. This is activity of local intangible cultural heritage in our museum. We invite the craftsmen to our museum to show their skills to the children, to the adults, and to teach them how to make the paper, how to make a Chinese letter, how to do the paper cutting or rubbing. After discussing, we choose this rice paper flowers because it's easy to make and the material is easy to come by, and it's good for people of various age groups, incomes, education, and background. And besides, the traditional hand costume has become more popular in recent years, and people can use rice paper to direct their household. Rice paper flowers are made of a thin peel and a dye piece of a rice paper plant, also known as Panax petrifera in Latin. I don't know, am I right? It was widely used in the late 19th century as a paper for garage painting show to avoid the clients who mistook it for the rice paper. The online session of follow-up aimed to attract more people to know about the rice paper along with their history and the techniques of making them. We try to represent the classic beauty of Chinese costume and hair accessory. In the online session, the craftsmen will to show the materials and his skills of the do this. And this short video of the rice paper flower activity in our museum. Ooh. In the online session, the craftswoman wore a traditional Chinese costume with the rice paper flower as a hair direction. This is like this. To enable more people to enjoy the activity, the craftswoman used airbrush or lipstick to dry the flowers. This section attended audience all over 10,000. Some want to display their works on their social media, and some others show interested to buy crafts products. Then we help the craftsman to open his online shop like this. This is online and offline store. You can buy the rice paper. As a follow-up of the online session, the museum online exhibition of the rice paper after the city reopened as a part of events to celebrate the International Museum Day. And if you have interest about our activities, you can screen the QR code. You can see the activities of the International Museum Day. Well, many people think that museum may have to wait for existence due to the pandemic. Our practice to show that the museum can render their service in their own way to their partners while attracting tourist visitors to the museum as a positive and beneficial element to culture tourists. Museum tourists has a role to play in the city development. Yes, there is another issue pending solution. Most intended culture heritage products are popular handmade, which draw up to their until price at the cost of the market competitive. We have some goods in the rice paper in our museum store, but a little expensive. They are also very beautiful, but less people to buy it. This is our problem. We want to solve it. And then the city, when the city reopen, people face more choice, shops, restaurants, or other entertainment place. What else can we do to attract the audience? This is another problem of way. So we want to choose and maybe we will have some ideas from all of you, of my colleges, of you from all the world. And I want to show a short video of what's the how to make the rice paper flower. This is Mother Day's program, how to make flowers. Sorry for just the any of the Chinese. I don't know how to translate for the English. This is a program of our online to teach people how to make rice paper flower.
Yes, Ingrid, you have 1 minute left to remind
yes,
you.
I finished my program, just a video.
Yes,
you
yes.
can stop whatever if my minutes finish. The craftsman dried the paper, use his lipstick. You can try it if you have interest. Finish?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to invite next speaker, ZHANG Jingjing. She's from Anhui Geological Museum from China. She is working in this museum for nearly 13 years, and she has worked in collection management for 7 years. She will present the topic Coping with COVID-19, Anhui Geological Museum built never closed museum online. Please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, let me share my screen. It's okay?
Yes.
Okay. Dear fellow colleagues from the museum sector, good afternoon. I am Zhang Jingjing from Anhui Geological Museum of China. It's a great honor to be here with you today Let me introduce my museum first. Anhui Geological Museum is a professional geoscience museum with a display area of 16,900 square meters. Currently, there are more than 50,000 pieces of specimens, including varied fossils of different geological periods, a wide array of mineral rocks, gemstones, and jades. The fossil specimen of Chaohusaurus collected in our museum is the earliest fossil specimen of the ichthyosaur species known by now. Chaohu, Anhui, the place of origin, is where ichthyosaurs and other marine reptiles firstly returned to the sea. My topic today is to create opportunity in crisis. I will give an introduction about how Anhui Geological Museum initiated an online museum that stays open all the time. The year 2020 is the first outbreak of COVID-19. On December 8, 2019, the first case of pneumonia of unknown etiology was detected in Wuhan city. On January 23, 2020, Wuhan, the city with over 10 million people, was locked down, which brought us the strictest measure I've adopted in human history for preventing the epidemic. It was a tough decision to make, while it shows a strong determination of Chinese government in preventing and controlling the epidemic. That was during Chinese winter holiday, also the Chinese New Year. At a museum that received tons of visitors during holiday, we realized how severe it was. On January 23rd, Anhui Geological Museum announced the suspension of all the events planned to be held during the Spring Festival, and also the suspension of the cinema in the museum. The visitors tried to take the temperature at the entrance. On January 24th, we announced the temporary shutdown of the museum. During the epidemic, Anhui Geological Museum has been staying open museum via the internet.
Dear Zhang, can you just, it is very low, your voice.
Okay, okay. During the epidemic, is that okay? The voice? Okay. During the epidemic, Anhui Geological Museum has been staying open online, enabling the public to enjoy the museum via the internet. First, the visitors can appreciate the water exhibition hall from all angles via the official website of Anhui Geological Museum without leaving their country. Visitors can gain knowledge about all the exhibits, the details, and the introduction about key items. In addition, Anhui Geological Museum initiates online access through multiple platforms from different ways. We also worked with multi-museums to interact online, holding online competition of scientific experiments and the prize contest of knowledge about COVID-19. We launched themed popular science articles of our own brand, Listen to My Story, regularly on Weibo and WeChat. We developed the online popular science curriculum as spiritual no trains for teenagers studying home. We publicized online about the Earth Day and International Museum Day. We also introduced photo specimens of Anhui in the form of live stream. The activities mentioned above have been widely recognized by the public. At the same time, we never ceased our efforts to build our internal capability. For example, gathering digital information of collections, constructing intelligent guiding systems, commentator training, and the emergency plan prepared for the reopening of the museum. All of these tasks have been carried out in an orderly manner. On March 27, when the epidemic was brought under control, Anhui Geological Museum was announced reopening and capable of receiving 1,000 visitors with prior reservation. On July 4th, the capacity increased to 2,000 visitors per day. On August 4th, the number was adjusted to 4,000 with instantaneous carrying capacity of 800 visitors. In 2020, the epidemic is not the only thing we suffer. In July, a rare storm hit the southern part of Anhui province. Cultural relics and the museum in Huangshan were under serious attack. An ancient bridge built in Ming Dynasty was broken down. As the Geological Museum of Shuning County was affected, our museum contributed ourselves in rescuing and restoring the fossil specimen inside. The year of 2020 has witnessed crises and challenges, which requires us to conclude experience and lessons, to breed opportunity in crisis, and to break new grounds in the changing time. First, the capability of coping with emergency is a must. If without timely and effective measures when facing epidemics, we will lose control of the situation. Similarly, the museum can be exposed to all kinds of emergency in its everyday operating. Thus, we should improve making the emergency plan be highly alert and fully prepared in both man and action to boost our capability in dealing with crises. Second, great importance should be attached to gathering digital information of collections, which will contribute to developing quality online business such as virtual exhibition. Besides, if there is a dedicated process, the digital information may determine the life and death of a museum. Reflecting on the Notre Dame de Pierre's fire, the elaborately designed three-dimensional model will make it easier to reconstructing the iconic cathedral. Meanwhile, when there is crisis, people are also in need of care just as collections are. Will people be left with trauma after crisis? Since all the work in museums has been back on track, in addition to publicizing culture, it can also function as an effective outlet for public emotion. So, as an institution serving the society, in the face of emergencies and even disasters, museums can play a better role to take more social responsibility. At last, I would like to express my gratitude to International Council of Museums, who offers us with the opportunity to share more and learn more. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zhang. Perfect also in time. Thank you very much. So I would like to tell to the audience that if you have the question, you can put them into the chat section. So at the end, we will answer them. So now I would like to invite JIA XIA from Datong Museum, China. She's a postgraduate student, works at Datong Museum, and she will present coping with COVID-19 Datong Museum in action online. Please like to invite the next speaker, Mr. Andrei Igorovich Chilikin, Director of Tambov Regional Museum and board member of ICOM ICR.
Yes, 2020 2020 year was difficult for everyone, and most of the museums were transferred to work online. Your virtual tours, video lecture, and thematics presentations were posted on the official website of the museum. On the pages of social networks and on the YouTube channel of the local history museum. In Russia, this year was declared the Year of Memory and Glory, and the Tambov Regional Museum and its branches, the Museum and Exhibition Center of the Tambov Regional, and the Museum on the History of Medicine, as well as the Memorial House Museum of Archbishop Luka, took part in the large-scale exhibition project of the State Historical Museum, Soldiers in White Coats. The memorial exhibition from the Tambov Museums about the outstanding Bishop Surgeon St. Luke, Professor Valentin Voina Yasinetsky, who worked in Tambov during the war, were exhibited of the main museum of the country. To the 75th anniversary of the victory, I came up with a proposal to hold an action, Immortal Regiment 2020, of the official website of our museum online. Residents Tambov and the Tambov Regional actively responded of this, and on May 9th. Of the museum's website were shown an addresses line of thousands, 1,500. Photographs of participation of the Great Patriotic War and home front workers that were sent for family archives and museum funds. The International Cultural Action Night of Museum was also held in the media format. Excursions, lectures, master classes, presentation of exhibitions prepared. It was broadcast on the museum's website, YouTube channel, and social network by our employees. At the invitation of the Museum of Moscow, I took part online with a video about the rarities of the museum synodal charter, 18th century, which was broadcast on Instagram on Museum Night 2020. For the first time, the 22nd International Museum Festival Intermuseum 20 was held on an online platform where the Tambov Regional Museum of Local Law presents a virtual exhibitional stand, which the exhibition climbing to victory reading the diaries of Vyacheslav Grozdov, the son of a Tambov military sergeant who was a teenager kept a personal diary throughout the war. The exhibitional project won the competition of the granting of grants from the presidents of the Russian Federation for the development on civil society and received more than 52,000 euros for its implementation in the nominance preserving historical memory. As a part of the work of the Hermitage Academy, I took part in the report the Tambov Regional Museum of Local Law during the war in the section work of museums of the REA. The whole year, the museum staff continued to conduct events, lectures, and online excursions. It became possible to tell in the more details about the fund collections that were not exhibited in the stationary exposition. In social network were created posts about the work of the museum and collections, and there was created in a multimedia guide to the museum's exposition of the framework of the national project Culture and the application artifact. They took part in the online marathons Artist and Art of Fine Artist Object of the Russian Museum in St. Petersburg, while the project of employees of the Museum Department Informational and Educational Center Russian Museum Virtual Branch, which has been working within the walls of the Tambov Museum for 11 years. The museum continues to develop in its scientific potential and prepares to release a collection of articles of the results the inter-regional scientific and practical conference museum world on the Russian province of the 19th, 21st centuries. History, research, practice. Dedicated of the 140th anniversary of the Tambov Regional Museum of Local Law. Also a catalog for the exhibition to the bliss of the common Rada, the Romanov dynasty and the Tambov territory created during the implementation of the International Open Grant competitional Orthodox initiative. The catalog included collection of the Tambov Museum, its branch, the Mochansk History and Pyotr Ivanov Art Museum, and private collection. For 7 years now, the exhibition project that reveals the historical potential of the stock collection of small museums in the Tambov region 68 museum.ru has not been interrupted, and this year 3 exhibitions from the exhibits of school museums of the eminent village of the Tambov and Raskazovsky district were opened. Recently, the annual museum Actional Night of the Arts was successful, held visits the framework of which 20 video stories about interesting museum objects, historical events and the fate of people were sent online. And judging by the reviews and the comments, these materials are interesting to the public. They are waiting for time, which means that our work continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So if there will be questions, we will ask them at the end of the session.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, 给我想，这样就写了吧。Hello, everyone. My topic is coping with COVID-19. Datong Museum is in education online. My name is Jia Xia. With COVID-19 paralyzing the world, the functions and the service of a museum as a public cultural institution are changing increasingly, and the museum should take the responsibility to respond and record. The forced temperature closure of museums during lockdown suddenly brought digital communication with the public to the fore. Coping with COVID-19, Datong Museum is in education online. The following was the work done by Datong Museum using digital platform during the COVID-19 epidemic. We witnessed a surge in poster relay, online guide, and online class, live relay, virtual tour, and much more. Datong Museum is located in Shanxi province. There is 350 kilometers from Beijing. It is our museum. There is a video about it.
大同市博物馆成立于1959年，馆址位于华严寺内。2009年筹建豫东新馆，2015年初对外开放，现有藏品7万余。
Okay, so the online activity of Datong Museum are divided into parts, domestic and international. Domestic, there are poster relay to fight against COVID-19, online guide, online class, live relay, poster relay. International is a night of museum journey organized by Russia. The first is the poster relay. at the beginning of COVID-19 epidemic, in order to inspire the whole nation to fight COVID-19, Datong Museum participated in the poster relay in Weibo initiated by National Cultural Heritage Administration to support the fight against COVID-19. We select 6 collections as patents to design the poster with blanks. There are some digital pictures of the poster. Three, 4, 5, 6. Also, the second is online. During its closed, we have posted online guide with 49 times through the WeChat office account of Datong Museum to interpret the exhibition in Datong Museum with the text and the picture. 3 is online class. Meanwhile, we had launched 90 times online class for students to explore the history of Datong and China through the WeChat official account and the Weibo of Datong Museum. The boy is watching Datong Museum online class. 4 is live relay. We participate in Secret Week live relay. It is hosted by National Cultural Heritage Administration. He is our curator.
出土一个天正县汉代长城，当时呢，很可能是这个和平城一些交往的商人呢，遇到了一些紧急情况，把他的这个货币呢埋藏到了这个早期长城，比如汉代的或者早期长城的一些这个船孔里啊、土洞里，后来没有机会再去取。
Okay. The 5 is poster relay. We also participate in Silk Road Week poster relay. We presented 5 posters. 这声音是不是太大？
一花一世界丝路文物海报接力联动了国内外近90家文博机构，共呈现了327张精美文物海报。大英博物馆、皇家安大略博物馆、俄罗斯埃尔米塔什博物馆、日本东京国立博物馆等海外博物馆也参与了一花一世界海报接力。
This is a domestic aspect. The next. Also, there are some digital pictures of the poster. This is a glass bottle of Northway Dynasty. This is a god plate with flower and a figure painter. This is international. It's a night of museum journeys. And May 19, Datong Museum were invited to participate in the night of museum journey, started in Russia to celebrate the International Museum Day. So, video relay. This is a picture. It is very famous. In addition to online activity to compete with COVID-19, we also had lots of offline activity to fight the COVID-19 epidemic. While the museum staff actively handed out into the fauna to the battle against the COVID-19 in the community. They assisted in temperature measured register disinfection, and the museum patrol engaged in explore the epidemic prevention knowledge to the public and guiding the residents in society self-protection. To Datong Museum has reopened and do something. Three, after the opening, visitors are required to register in WeChat official account of Datong Museum and make appointment. They must hold the QR code and for appointment and the health security code for a visitor. The daily visitor limit is 1,000. Visitors are required to undergo the security check, register, and temperature measurement. When enter the museum, while visitors are not followed to enter the museum if the body temperature is higher. If they have sympathy-like cold, they must wear mask. This is enter of the museum and the visitors with mask in the museum. From the beginning of COVID-19 epidemic, the importance of digital platforms has become more and more evident. The outbreak of COVID-19 has shown us the potential and the value of digital platforms. Datong Museum is changing traditional cultural communication way to turn challenge to opportunity. Digital platforms facilitate the follow and exchange of information. Digital platforms engage the dialogue between the museums and others as well as between museums. But we are still looking forward to an earlier end to the COVID-19 epidemic. So let us hope we all return our activity to in-person mode in 2021. So we are together. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear Jiasha. And I'm happy that finally we could solve this sound problem.
So I'm going to start. Oh, sorry. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Shenning from Yunnan Provincial Museum of China, which is located in the southwest of China. And today I'm very honored and thanks for this chance to share some of my thoughts here. The topic I'm going to present is memory construction, the key function of museums from icon to well-being. So I'm going to analyze from the three aspects. The first, the origin of museums. Secondly, the way museums constructing collective memory. And the third aspect, memory as core issue of museums for well-being. So for the first part, by taking the meaning, the house of muses, since the most ancient Alexandria library provided inspirations for the modern museums during Renaissance. This form became the paradigm of museums. Accordingly, the modern model of museums also set up as a legality and sacred icon with authority to collect things related to the past. After the Industrial Revolution, reproduction technology overset the ways of transmission before. New mediums of communication, such as printing, changed the original local diversity into a kind of homogenization, turning people's lives into secularization. Also, migrations came out with problems like lost, nostalgia, identity, and origin, accompanied with the questions brought by mechanization and wars, which resulted in more lost phenomenon. These reasons pushed museums presented worldwide quickly. Meanwhile, since the last 19th and early 20th centuries, the colonial system influenced not only the representations, but also the knowledge structures in the world. Beneath these Eurocentric effects, museum became an icon of so-called modern civilization, especially to modern cities. On the level of mentality, new memory places would be needed when the real environment lost. On account of humans' body mechanism of forgetting and the emotional organism response to the lost, people wished to return to the past. This brought people senses of belonging, existence, continuity, and security, even inner calm and stability. Hence, by accommodating historical and archaeological items, texts, and objects, museums became models and front bases to preserve the redemptions of the past and gain people's chase and cherishing as a divine icon. So, although museums have limitations, such as changing a kind of cyclic cognition into a linear history and crashing memories into pieces and give them topics afterwards. In this kind of model, museums also can provide comforts and vigilance for people about past and change. Take an exhibition in Yunnan Provincial Museum as an example. Nowadays, nobody would be unfamiliar with the coronavirus. This exhibition is talking about fighting the pandemic and telling the story of doctors of Yunnan supported Xianning of Hubei province, which is a city very near to Wuhan. When walking into the gallery, several red flags with signatures shock the sight. Accompanying the background music, there is no shortage of tear-jerking moments. It embodied and presented the hardworking and immortal spirit of the Chinese nation finally. This example is still the most traditional way of museum exhibitions. However, if the coronavirus would not go, when people could not go outside, what could museum do? Recently, online activities in Getty Museum gave us a marvelous case. I guess several speakers have mentioned before. The project of Getty artworks recreated with household items has involved many participants and got popular effects. It is quite fashionable and widespread online these days, backing up people who can only stay at home sufficiently and give persons a lot of fun and good memories when seeing. Under the guidance from ICOM and information over the world, I wonder what the appropriate ways of museums are. What's the points of museums in contemporary society? Should a museum always stand in one pose, and what's the core element in it? So come to the third part. Pictures and objects are most regular modalities in museums. They are regarded as ways to maintain memories. People would bring their close objects or belongings that full of memories or loves during lost or changed situations, which usually gives them hardness and shocking meanwhile. Therefore, this might to explain why people keep things and why museums collect, store, and preserve, extending to the meaning of museums and heritage accordingly. To museums, objects are material carriers of memory, history, human spirit, thought, and even evil. All these kinds of forms keep and transmit information about past, touching and triggering memories when necessary. For deeper implication, remembering and forgetting, also understood as narrative of national history. It is an indispensable part of constructing national imagination. We got to be we because we have common past, common sharing memory. As one of the most important forms of cultural heritage, museum interprets about a community's past, a community's history, a community's roots, building inside and outside afterwards. The museum hence has become a heritage strategy, taking problems like origin, history, and so on as the contents to construct community and identity by presenting representations and narratives, hence binding scattered people members together in the scope of common imagination of community. For having the same past and the same cultural heritage, a mythical memory has been built based on these materials in museums. In this manner, the model of museum is materialization of memory and is a very crucial methodology and strategy to structure collective memories in the process to forming national spirits. When nowadays museums have gradually become a way of life for leisure as well as tourist sites, the information output from museums would make functions on people's consciousness and collective memories, which is beyond the traditional ways of museums, based only on materials and working on collections. Memory working would influence identity problems and impact higher imagined communities' construction continuously. Further, memory relates to every individual's, their daily life and their inner situations in some certain group. Therefore, it would be the core issue of heritage system to cure people and stay with human well-being among their imagined communities. As the heritage system is a top-down concept based on cultural heritage studies and anthropology aspects, working on humans' memory centrally, conducting different discussions rooted in diverse cultures, trying to seek kinds of ways to solve the social contradictions and cure inner problems individually under commonness, might be the most sufficient means for museums to survive humans' nature and reach human well-being. This is also suits the definition that's mentioned in ICOM Kyoto 2019. So come to the conclusion. The traditional form of museum with sanctity, authority has been bringing obstacles to understand people and human nature. Under the problems about wars, disasters, urbanization, globalization, and social stress, what is to be human is a question not only in certain parts of the earth, but covering all human beings. It is a question about diversities, about others, about respect, about love, and etc. In this situation, museum is needed to be put under the broader cultural exploration, human common problems, and strategies about human policies. In reality, museums are not only a concrete tool of public policy, but a strategy for mental physical existences and cure spaces. By centering on memory work, pursue human well-being eventually. So that's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And yes, these very important issues were underlined in your presentation about the collective memory and as memory as a core issue for museums for well-being. Thank you very much. It was very interesting and very reflective especially during this time. Okay, I have collected several questions for the speakers, so I will right now I'll pass them to you. Just a moment. The first question is to HAO Jing, if I'm not wrong. The question from Ryan Bear Singh Raiput. Dear Madam Jing, your presentation is beautifully conceptualized. I would like to know if there are any prehistoric collection. If so, kindly share the dates of the objects.
We have some prehistorical collections, but it's very few because Tianjin's history is very, I can say that it's a little bit short. So more than 300 years, Tianjin just development more good. So the prehistorical collection we have, but not so much.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. The question to Xingli Wang from Christina. Did your visitors wear masks? Unmute, please. No.
Mask?
Oh, yes.
Can you put the word on the screen? I can't catch up the mask. What is the mask?
Masks. Masks. Very popular right now. Yes.
Yes. All the visitors visit our museum must wear masks.
Okay.
But in this time, the visitors visit our museum do not mask because the situation in China is well, it's good. So the visitor with our museum in this time, they don't wear masks.
Okay. So another question from Irena, I think it has already answered. And the next question to Zhang. Please provide the information how the museum is conducting museum personal educational functions during COVID. So I think that it's about museum personal training. This is a question to Zhang. I don't see her.
Hello, is a question for me?
No, it is the question for Zhang Jingjing.
Okay.
But maybe you will also respond to this question. Please, Shen Ying, please, if you are okay, you also can answer.
It's a question about.
It's a question about training of museum personnel. How do you do it during COVID? During COVID time, yes.
During the closing time?
During Corona time, yes.
Oh, yes. So actually, we also have some activities online, but mainly about maybe about children, like do some art crafts or make some artifacts about the items of our collections. So actually, I think during this epidemic time, activities. Also, we also have some online exhibition, but actually I think because it's the first time, so maybe the equality of the exhibition online is not very well, but we are trying, of course.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you. So no question. I think I would like to thank all the panelists of the session. The last presenter was, according to our schedule, Valentina Kakukina, but unfortunately she is sick and she informed us that she cannot join the conference. So thank you very much to all the panelists for your interesting and reflective presentation. Yes, I really, yes, I agree with everyone that we have to, there was many accent about how to use the crisis as an opportunity to create many things within the museum activities, and also to consider the audience condition during the Corona time, because everybody, I think you agree that everybody is tired with the screens and with all online activities during this lockdown around the world. And of course, museums have to think what to offer, something exclusive to the audience, something different, which is just different from other museums and from other cultural institutions. So yes, this time is very reflective for the museum personnel to use this opportunity and not to waste even this crisis. So, I'm very much looking forward to the full text with the online publication. Thank you very much again, and I wish you good luck.
Magrada da Gori, tadges kijinis, Goriana deli, rom საქართველოს ძმენის აყვანი, ლავით გესურაფა და სანატრელი. Magrada Gori, Persavi tvali da enistaleba, vin ჩვენ ერთმანეთს უცება გაფხარა, სათხოსთან შეყარას არ ეღიასება. გამარჯვება არის მიზანი, დაბადებული არ ვარ კლაჩერება, სამულისათვის ძმებო სიკვდილია და გამარჯვება. Moshans da modis, tore samotkis, via mizashi masachelia. Avisufleva ise ar modis, avisufleva lomtachedria. satvis, mamuli satvis, priaviza našina sahranija, havicu hleba izreanadis, havicu hleba lokaherija, havicu hleba lokaherija.
Okay, that's great. So, dear colleagues, welcome back. And now is the time for the second session. In this session, we will have 3 presentations. The first speaker is Kenji Satomi, who is a curator of Suita City Museum in Osaka, Japan. And he's also a board member of ICOM ICR and an organizer of the Small Museum Network of Japan. Today, he will give a presentation named Museums in the Age of COVID-19, Collecting and Exhibiting COVID-19 related items at the Suita City Museum in Japan. So Kenji, it's your turn. You have 15 minutes. Kenji, can you hear me?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to the world. My name is Kenji Satomi. I'm going to be talking about the museums in the age of COVID-19, collecting and exhibiting COVID-19 related items at the Suita City Museum in Japan. The Suita City Museum has been collecting items such as objects, documents, and photos, digital photos, related to COVID-19 since mid-March of 2020. And items have reached over more or less about 3,000 now. The museum is hoping to be a sources of information on COVID-19 for people 100 years from now. It is important to collect not only items, but also narratives and experiences related to people's lives, because unlike administrative documents and official statistics, people's lives are ones that are easily forgotten. Unfortunately, there's no local items related to the Spanish flu, for example, approximately 100 years ago, even though objects related to COVID-19 may be commonplace today, were doomed to be thrown in the trash can when their role is over. There will become valuable historical sources of information on the current spread of the new coronavirus 100 years from now. After the museum has accumulated things enough to show to the local residents, the museum has decided to hold a small exhibition entitled Society Living with New Coronavirus from 18th of July to 23rd of August, 2020. The purpose of this small exhibition is to display the objects that have been collected so far for audiences to see and think. The museum hopes that holding of an exhibition will lead to the next donation of objects. At the same time, their goal is to provide their audiences with an opportunity to look back on the past few months and audiences to think about the future of Japan by asking what COVID-19 has brought to Japan and to the city, and what has been entrusted to them. The background of collecting items and the exhibition, although there have been more deaths from the Spanish flu than from COVID-19, I have assessed that COVID-19 has equaled or exceeded the Spanish flu in its impact on the society. And so I have begun to collect contemporary items related to COVID-19 as historical documents. And I started collecting in mid-March. And when I was staying home to stay away from COVID-19, I requested the community leaders to carefully collect related items and also ask their friends to collect. In June, I decided to hold an exhibition in July and August because I wanted the museum to function as a forum to think and talk about the painfulness and suffering and so on and so forth. Related, what is this? Sorry. I thought that this would accelerate the collection and also convey the significance of preserving these as historical documents to the community members. Now the museum has 3,000, as I said. So first of all, I'm going to show you some of the collected items, especially photos that I collected from the community members. This is a photo of a pharmacy which sold out masks, tissue papers, and toilet papers. And this is a long queue at the pharmacy to buy masks. This is a photo of a main pavilion of a Shinto shrine, and ropes for the ringing of the sacred bells are tied to the pillars in order to avoid touching. The deputy monk of the Buddhist temple provided with free meals to the community members who were starving using a plastic box. Can you see the plastic box? This is a plastic box. And this is a box for the meals. And this deputy monk has agreed to donate this box to the museum after he has finished his project. This is a statue on a street corner. So these are only a very few examples of the photos that I collected with the support of the community members. These are the few examples of the city monthly newsletters that I collected. Many pages have been devoted to COVID-19. Flyers. Some flyers I'm going to show you. This is a flyer on measures to prevent the spread of COVID-19 by funeral home. This is also a flyer from a funeral home. This is a flyer of the measures by a real estate agent. They are conducting individual tours, and it is strictly by appointment only. This is a flyer on measures by local shopping districts. This is a flyer by second-hand shop. And this is an entertainment complex, a flyer of an entertainment complex. This is a flyer of a cramming school. And this also. And this is a menu of a restaurant on delivery. As you can see, this is a flyer of mask on discount. This is a Japanese-style pub in Osaka. On 15th of April this year, the owner of the pub found a paper stuck on the sliding door of the pub. The paper insisted, "Close your doors for a while. Staying open is an act of terrorism. This is enough. This is unacceptable. You've got to be kidding me." The owner kept it for the police investigation, but finally donated to the museum in September. And this is after the exhibition has ended. It is encouraging that the victim of the crime has decided to donate this even after the exhibition. So now I'm going to show you some slides of exhibition. This is a leaflet of the exhibition. This is a photo of the venue. Why I decided to display? Well, today the real raison d'etre of museums is being questioned. In a contemporary society, museums will need to engage with the local communities more than ever and actively work to solve societal issues by acting and communicating with the local communities proactively. And the key to museums' proactive approach to the local communities is to not focus not only on objects but also on narratives of people concerned and attitude that emphasizes democratic dialogue. So this photo is mask of it's an African mask, but I bought it in the Caribbean island, and this represents their sorrow, pain, anger, longing for Africa, and it's it's a longing for Africa. So now many people are experiencing sorrow and pain due to the spread of COVID-19. However, we're finding a ray of hope in this situation. Through these objects and documents on display here, we would like to, I wanted to ask each one of the audience to take a moment to reflect on their own narratives and experiences for the past few months. I was hoping that this exhibition will give them an opportunity to think about what narratives are important for our future. This African mask has nothing to do with COVID-19, but I wanted to display this to explain why these narratives are important. These are handmade masks donated to the from the COVID from community members. Two masks on your right are the ones that are distributed by the government. Face shields, web camera, and this is a handmade sticker which says, although this is an automobile number from Kanagawa, I live in Shizuoka. She works and lives both in Shizuoka and Kanagawa, but in March to May, approximately, the atmosphere of the society didn't allow her to cross the borders of prefectures in Japan. So she made the sticker to protect her from a safety patrol during lockdown. Let me skip this. These are socks, and they turn into a mask. These are some photos on display. The box I explained earlier on display. This is the inside of the box. Some flyers on display. Okay. I I asked the audience to give us their experience and write down the experience and stick on the venue at the venue. For example, one sheet says, I used to volunteer at community center and a nursing home in the city, but since in late February, I have been unable to enter these facilities and have been staying home, and so I miss them so much. I came across a social media tip that shops were running out of toilet papers. I rushed to buy them, only to find out later that it is a hoax, and I learned that the danger of social media, so on and so forth. Okay. My grandchildren stopped coming to see me to prevent from infection. Very sad. Okay. Many voices from the audience. It's wonderful that museum decided to collect the items at this time. Some bad comment, it's not good. I wasn't impressed. It didn't seem to make much of an impact, but majority of the voices were good. Okay. Conclusion. Okay, so it's becoming very important for museums, especially regional museums in Japan, to shift from collection-centered to narrative-centered. So this, through this exhibition, I wanted to present to the community members that our museum is shifting to the narrative-centered museum. And also shifting from a function-centered or to role, to take a role in the society, is more important. And also I'm wondering when I'm going to stop collecting items intensively. I'm going to collect, for the long period of time, even after 5-10 years, but it's very much work to intensively collect items on COVID-19. So I need to stop sometime, maybe next year or the year after. And some voices from the audience and some friends and community members, why don't you do another exhibition on COVID-19 next year? So I'm thinking about it. So thank you very much. I'm going to stop here. Yeah.
It's muted.
It's okay now?
Yes, we do hear you.
Okay, so HAVATZELET, it's your turn. Can you hear me? So who will be the next speaker?
I am the next speaker. We are the next
Okay.
speaker. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Hava. Let me introduce you. Okay, the next speaker is Dr. HAVATZELET Yael, who is from Israel. He is a senior faculty member at the Ben-Gurion Research Institute for the study of Israel and Zionism, Ben-Gurion University of the Negev, and she is also a board member of ICR. Now today she will give the presentation named the Bedouin Cultural Museum and the Coronavirus Crisis. Now it's your turn, Howard.
Thank you very much. I will give this presentation together with my colleague Liat Yehuda. I will give some introduction regarding the Bedouin community, and then my colleague will continue. My colleague is the chief curator of the museum that we will talk about. First of all, I must say that only a year ago, we visited Kenji in Japan in his beautiful museum, and it seems like a decade ago. It seems like 10 years have passed since we all were together in Japan. So it is amazing how the world have turned around. Hopefully we will return and visit maybe to Georgia as well and to other places next year. So we will talk about the Bedouin Museum regarding in the era, in the period, and how it deals with the coronavirus. First, short introduction about the Bedouin community. The Bedouin are a desert dweller. In the past, they follow their folks. They are an ethnic minorities. They are divided to clans or tribes. Most of the Bedouin today over the world are urbanized. Not so much of them are wander with their sheep or camels. In the Israeli context, Bedouin does not describe anymore a nomadic way of life, but it's more of an ethnic group, which is part of the Arab minority in Israel. In Israel, we have Bedouin in the northern part of Israel, a smaller group, and in the southern part, where the museum, the Bedouin Museum, is located. Little bit about numbers. Currently, there are more than 260,000 Bedouin people, and they have, unfortunately, they are the poorest and the youngest sector in the Israel with high unemployment. They have large families. They are marginal and peripheral community. They are hierarchical and traditional community. They have dispute with the state of Israel regarding different issues, and some of them, as I will explain in a minute, affect their poor and even poorer condition due to the coronavirus. Most of them live in localities that were established by the state. However, there are about 80,000 who live in unrecognized settlements. Some of them have poor sanitary and other environmental issues. So when this community was facing the coronavirus, the situation became even worse than the rest of the community, the rest of the Israeli population. They have less funds and less resources. They became even poorer because they suffer from even higher unemployment. They have less accessibility to health facilities, sanitation issues which I mentioned before. There is a gap regarding communication because of lack of internet and problem of lack of computers for children. Another issue is that they live together in big families. They cannot divide the older from the younger, and that is why also they have a high rate of corona in that community. Another issue which affects the problem is the fact that they do not trust the government when the government said and gives some orders. And another thing which worries as well is that they have gatherings, they have a traditional big weddings, and they do not stop from doing that, even though they are not allowed to do so. So their situation is, regarding the Israeli society, they are in bad shape. Now I will move on to Liat, who will elaborate on the exhibitions and on what the museum is going to do and doing about the situation. Liat, the
Thank
floor
you very
is yours.
much, HAVATZELET. Hi, I will share the screen, just a moment. You can, it's not allowed still. I cannot share it this moment, maybe now. Okay. Okay, do you hear me and see everything? I just want to tell that the museum in the south of Israel, and we have something like more than 300 artifacts in our collection. I want to tell you about this museum. It's very complicated because it's not about just the collections, also a lot of issues, social issues, as I tell you. The Museum of Bedouin Center, the Museum of Bedouin Culture was founded in 1980 to illustrate the unique lifestyle and culture of Bedouin communities situated in the Negev and Sinai region, extending the museum vision. In recent years, the museum's vision was broadened in order to emphasize the moral commitment it owes to the Bedouin community, which is undergoing the transition process. Engaging museum activities, research, collection, and narrative on the old object necessary for the preservation of the memory and identity of the Bedouin community living in the area. In addition, it seeks to present the current affairs of the Bedouin community at the heart of the Israeli public and to help the two communities, Bedouin and Jewish, to promote coexistence and dialogue. Hence, it was clear that the language used for this discourse would be the mother tongue of the Bedouin material culture, i.e. the language of the decoration, the language of the arts, is a platform for establishing an area of contact on the common issues. It has the power to provide moments of climax, liberation, and inspiration for the connection between people and communities. And it's not going, oh, okay. The last two exhibitions consisted of research that examined the basic values of the Bedouin culture through research on the collection and looking at the contemporary values of the community. The multi-temporal and multicultural reflective observation within the museum creates a dialogue. I want to exhibit two exhibitions. The first one is interesting, and I will be a little bit fast.
Yeah, could you make the full screen, because in my computer I see only the icon.
Yeah. I got just a moment. Okay. 3 and the third day on the Bedouin hospitality. The Bedouin have been famous for their hospitality ever since they were nomad living in the desert, when there was no long distance between communities, tribes, water and food sources, where there was no central government that protected the safety of hikers and travelers, when a lone wanderer of small groups of nomads asked if they could take shelter in the shade of the tents or a large tribe they encountered. They were given shelter, food and hospitality for 3 and the third day. This metonymy marks an ideal practice of hospitality that should be introduced these days. Traditionally, hospitality is ideal in that it includes two aspects, ethical and political. Ethical hospitality is expressed in the willingness for absolute and unconditional hospitality. Political hospitality is a symbolic system of rules, laws, and signs known to the host and the guest. The exhibition featured Bedouin and Jewish artists who followed various practices of hospitality and their implementation in tradition, institutional and public spaces. The works examine states of conflict and Yes.
Liat, sorry, maybe I can share it because people are writing that they do not see well
No,
your
this is
presentation.
the end of this exhibition, and we go to the next one.
No, no, Liat, they do not see it. It's very small. So can I?
If you can put it bigger.
Yes, I will put it. You can stop sharing, and I will share it. Okay?
Thank you very much. So I just finished this exhibition. The works examine states of conflict and fusion created in a counter between the two aspects in their experience of generation in one subordination in one house. Okay, now we will talk about the other exhibition, Zinatuha. Zinatuha Adornment. The exhibition focused on the system of ornaments and jewelry of a traditional Bedouin woman and evokes through about the intracultural role that involves spectacular beauty treasured in any type of decoration. Beauty plays a major role. The object adornment define the mark and the feminine space and traditional roles, a liberating aspect made possible precisely because the socio-economic value of an addition ornamental system given to the woman during her marriage, mahar, providing its a holding freedom of ownership over her property. The Bedouin artist Tahrir al-Zabidi, which you can see in the picture down, present a contemporary perspective. It's examined whether the mode of adornment entails imprisonment in a domestic space and the traditional gender role, or whether release streaming from the very ownership of her jewelry and choice to realize them. She weaves her image and jewelry into the kind of a large-scale pseudo jewelry that symbolizes her complex conception on the values of beautification and adornment and their gender interpretation today. So, HAVATZELET, the other one. Yes. As presenter, the two exhibitions create a discourse based on the past and present beliefs. The discourse touched on all areas of community life, such as society, religion, and gender. Dealing with such themes may be politically and socially complex and sensitive. The process about Bedouin community moving to permanent settlement, the issue of unrecognized village, and the land conflict, the status of the Bedouin woman in Muslim religious practice, patriarchal society, and the question of polygamy, all requires compassionate, sensitive, and pluralistic discourse despite the exclusive potential of this issue. As can be seen, a contemporary occupies an essential part within the sphere of the operation of the museum institution. From this perspective, the museum observed the way the community deals with the crisis of coronavirus. It cannot remain indifferent or accidental to the experience and social influences posed by this crisis, and must therefore act through its main tool, the cultural educational space in which it has mandate to operate. Layers where the museum can provide a solution in crisis. There are 2 points of view. Assistance to in the expansion of educational infrastructure. There is a huge gap in relation to the variety of options for available digital educational content to Bedouin educators and students in comparison to the Jewish society. To address that, we are working on preparing an educational frameworks based on content that the museum has in order to enrich the range of programs offered to teachers from the Bedouin sector. The focus is on several museum content that crystallize into A, body of knowledge, B, a hand of artistic workshop guided by an artistic, of course, everything in Arabic and supposed to be according to the students, Bedouin students. This program is based on Rawabet connection project that already operate in the museum. You can see the pictures in the side. And the last one is non-museum cultural activity and its accessibility to the Bedouin population in Rahat. We are working on a mobile semi-annual exhibition, and its theme developed out of the common theme of the Jewish and Bedouin community. The coronavirus days forced all of us into a self-isolation and quarantine with the family members living together in the same house as a matter of routine. Every type of family has experienced the need to adapt a new internal reflection of its relationship and roles. The exhibition will seek to look at the different type of the family before and during the epidemic. The exhibition will feature works by Bedouin and Jewish artists working in a plastic medium in order to offer an animated, unmediated social connection between families from the two communities through the technological means available to them and activity close to them that are external to the museum physical space. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, HAVATZELET. Thank you all.
Thank you. So is there any questions? No questions? Okay, so we'll go to the next speaker. The next speaker is Metka Fujic. She's from Slovenia, and the name of her presentation is the Digital Repository of Heritage, E-Documenta Panonica.
So, hello, thank you, Van Clay. Dear colleagues, hello at the end of our meeting, listening your presentation and Georgian Voices in breaks, seeing your faces and all these beautiful pictures. I'm really sorry that we couldn't meet in person there. So thank you to the organizers and to board, to colleagues in Georgia and neighboring countries for being able to connect us in these challenging days. So I will present I will present a project led by the Pomurje Museum Murska Sobota within the cross-border program Interreg Slovenia-Hungary, co-financed from European Union funds. The project lasted 2.5 years and it was completed this year. The territory in a year when so this is the territory of the projects and the partner in the project. This is so this is Slovenia and this is the Hungary, the part of Slovenia and part of Hungary. In a year when the epidemic has made us even more chained to computers and digital information than even ever before, the years we have invested so far in digitizing cultural heritage and developing different ways to bring it closer to users have paid off. So digitization of heritage and the transfer of data about it to different platforms is a priority that has many positive effects. It provides access to data in museums, archives, libraries, to researchers, scholars, students, local communities, and the economy. Not only to tourists and organizers of the tourist offers, but also brand designers and the transfer of traditional motifs, crafts, and knowledge to new creative industries. Valuable data on cultural heritage also serve the organizers of a variety of social events, of course, in times when we will be allowed to be social in person again. So due to the focus on digitization and priority funding of this at the national and EU level in the last perhaps 10-15 years, we have received numerous portals and websites through which the public can access the heritage, and so our E-Documenta Pannonica portal is one of these. So these are the project partners, the buildings where we are situated with some objects. The essence of the project is the cross-border cooperation of several institutions that deal with heritage. Two regional museums, the Pomurje Museum in Slovenia, this is my museum, and Savaria Museum in Hungary. Two regional archives, the Regional Archive Maribor in Slovenia and unit of Hungarian National Archive for Vas County in Hungary, as well as a partnership with an organization engaged in the cultural tourism in Slovenia. We agreed to a long-lasting collaboration with partners and decided to continue the cooperation even after the project has ended. For example, our museum and both archives are currently preparing a joint bilingual edition of sources for the history of Prekmurje, which is a region within this area, co-financed by the parliaments of both countries. So we also extended the collaboration beyond this partnership to other museums, galleries, archives, and libraries in both regions and included their material in our database. So these are some historical maps. It is important to say, so this is the map of Diocese Sombatej, and this is our region, this is Slovenia. This is the Vas County, and this part of Slovenia was part of the Vas County at one time, and this other part of our region was the part of, also part of Hungary, but the other county. But this is the region of the project, and on the, this is the other, so this historic map. So this cultural heritage of the area has many common features in various ways, especially with Slovenians living as a minority along the state border in Hungary, so here, and then with minority along also Hungarians living, Hungarian minority living in Slovenia in this border area. What is, I lost my mouse, here somewhere, so here at the border. So the E-Documenta Pannonica project aimed to establish interdisciplinary ground based on authentic archaeological, ethnological, cultural, historical, and biographical data of 126 selected settlement in the Slovenian-Hungarian cross-border region. So these settlements are also are included in maps, so you can see which settlement we included into the projects. We choose mostly smaller and less known heritage sites, especially in Vas County, which is quite large and has some very strong cultural and historical centers. All of the partners agreed on a unified methodology. It is a document, included technical contents, and is the foundation of the database on the web portal. Each of the partners researched the materials in their institutions, and other invited institutions chose some of them, studied, prepared a description, and digitized them. Interdisciplinary material in original Slovenian and Hungarian language was uploaded to the joint database that also contains a backup copy. Photos and scans of documents are uploaded in a high quality resolution, which is addition to the internet, enable the use for prints of books, publishing, exhibitions, and other needs. Each heritage element has a thorough description of all the data that are usual for museum inventory or register of heritage. This material can be accessed by all partners and used for the needs of their research programs and projects. So these are steps how to use this portal to be able to allow access to the material in the database to the general public. So we designed a user-friendly web portal. We prepared short description of objects which are available in Slovenian, Hungarian, and English. So 126 settlements in the cross-border region were listed with materials and descriptions and are introduced on an interactive map. So users can browse, but we can open the portal and just see how it does look. Users can browse the portal by selecting the type of heritage in the following categories. Objects, archive material, built cultural tradition, intangible heritage, personage, audiovisual material. So, for example, I know built culture. I'm losing this. This is a castle in Hungary, in this region, and then it's the short description. So this is now in Hungarian. I will put English. This is short description of the castle, and then are some other photos and the kind of photo gallery. And so this is the way how the portal can be used. For example, audiovisual material is also put on the portal. So, for example, this is the song, Slovenian song in one Hungarian folk song in one Hungarian village where live the Slovenian minority. So you can, so users can use the portal through these different kind of materials, but you can also go just to the map, and then just through map, select some heritage in the settlements. So different kind of heritage. For example, this is the description, short description, and then a longer description as it was listed before. So this is the way. The web portal can also be adjusted to use on mobile devices. I have to go out. Can be used in some mobile devices. So this is the way. How the heritage is structured. So we have everything, the biographies of, not everything, but So now it is selected by important biographies, for example, artists, their work, skanzens, Jewish cemetery, archaeological sites, small museums, monuments, manuscripts, everything what is in institutions and what is in on the spots. So we also put in our group, we also had a partner from the field of tourism who prepared its ideas for cultural tourist contents based on the web portal, itineraries for one day and multi-day trips in the region. So this is the idea of 1 to 2 perfect days in this cross-border region with visiting all these places. We put on the portal is also a small booklet with some simple quiz for users and very simple access to the heritage. To conclude, I put here 10 reasons to visit the web portal, so wherever this portal can be used. So with this project, E-Documenta Pannonica, we created a new web tool about cultural heritage that is the result of the collaboration between museologists and archivists, from which local communities, tourism, tourist, educational and research institutions, companies, as well as the general public can benefit because it can be used for different purposes. So the project aims to increase the amount of authentic, publicly available data on cultural heritage and to promote the use of this data. Of course, it is very important that the partners constantly update the database with new data and thus increase the amount of available data on portal. We are already planning to upgrade the database and portal with additional 60 settlements in next year. So this was my presentation. Thank you very much and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Metka. So is there any questions?
There is a question in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, no, Europeana, it is not on Europeana, but it is the similar structure, so we can send some of this data also to Europeana to our because our supporter for Europeana is our national library. Okay, so I don't see other. Thank you very much for comments. How many people cooperating in projects? So these are our employees, researchers in each institution. One person was really involved to organize everything, but other researchers also cooperated, like archaeologists, ethnologists, and other people in museum who are dealing with different part of heritage. So thank you. These were questions. I don't think there's something else.
Okay, thank you, Metka.
I'd like to ask Irene, as the chair of ICOM ICR, to sum up our 4-day conference, please. Irina, can you do that, please, as the major host of this event?
Okay, thank you very much. So these are my final remarks to these 4 days of our joint conference. Dear all, first of all, I would like to start with thanks. Big thanks to ICOM Georgia, to the chair Inga, and of course to Lana. Yes, big applause for you. Thank you very much for. I would also like to thank to my ICR fellows from the board. Great thanks to Noga for the keynote speech, to Lee, Eddie, and HAVATZELET. And of course, thank you very much for all participants to join us and share their experiences during this horrible pandemic period. It is so important to discuss. Nobody is alone in this. We have the same problems, and we could hear many of us very common solutions and ideas to overcome this situation. And it is great that colleagues from 15 countries participated in this 4 days conference. I would like to stress that most important output, I think, is communication. Many regional museums, I think, made a digital lab very successfully. Many of you found that this crisis was a challenge and opportunity. I think this is a positive thinking. And I think regional museums took their opportunity. Also, thinking out of the box is always rewarding. And we must not be afraid to make mistakes because nobody is perfect. We are thankful for iWorld and iGeneration. So we can be never totally closed. Work on the backstage of the museum can continue also during the lockdown, and we heard that many different work was done during that lockdown. Also exhibitions and other different museum work. But we have to think also about small regional museums which have no possibilities to join such an international debate. And I promise we will try to reach them too, to help them, to find them, and so on. What is the prognosis for the 2021? We don't know. Though we hope to see new places with new ideas, visiting museums of Bukovina in Romania. Let us stay positive that we will be able to do so. This would be September 2021. I will call this period the day after. Allow me to propose a suggestion. Do you agree that we schedule perhaps a one-day webinar in a year from now to discuss the post-COVID world? And as Lana mentioned before, the full papers of the participants will be published in a joint electronic book of ICR in ICOM Georgia. I hope it will happen as soon as possible. We are sorry that some could not participate due to the illness. We wish them quick recovery. Thank you again. Stay healthy, take care. If you find our work interesting, join the RCR. Thank you, Inga.
Many thanks, Irene. On my part, I'd like to extend thanks to ICR, to ICOM ICR, to the board members, to the members of the board that have put very important efforts in planning this very interesting line conference. And I think that it has provided a lot of useful solutions and information about what can be done in the COVID period and in the period of pandemic. I hope that there could be, and I feel certain there will be more proposals about this, and yet I hope that very soon we'll go back to business as usual, but we can continue our cooperation, make our the museum community more popular. Many thanks to all the participants, to Metka, to Andre, to KG, all our participants. I can't list all. Many heartful thanks to all. And I do hope that will be able to fulfill Irene's proposal and have one more webinar in one more year's time. And yet I hope to see you physically here in Georgia. I hope that we'll be able to organize a face-to-face event. Meanwhile, I'd like to wish you every success and good health with a glass of Georgian wine. I wish that you could come very soon to taste this wine of ours. Wishing you success and happiness with your families, and I hope that this difficult period will end soon, that we will meet again soon, very soon, and all the best to you. And I hope that we'll stand side by side in overcoming all of the difficulties and helping each other. Many thanks again. Meanwhile, I'd like to say thank you, many thanks to ICOM Georgia, to ICOM ICR, to the members of the board, on behalf of the Georgian participants. We have benefited from this sharing. It has been a big sharing of experience and the findings. Many thanks to all the participants. And I hope that we'll have very soon a proper traditional meeting here in Georgia, as Inga pointed out. Wishing you to have very strong commitment, continue having strong commitment to your professions, and wishing you every success. Many thanks. So if you allow me, I'd like to thank the organizers, ICOM Georgia, and ICOM Georgia has provided another testament to
გადაგიხდით თქვენ TAIRES-ის საერთაშორისო ორგანიზაციას და
of pandemic. Many thanks to ICOM ICR, and I hope that we'll see each other very soon in person and have a face-to-face event meeting. If you allow me, I'd like to express gratitude to the organizers of this conference. For me, it has been very useful. It was very instrumental. It provided a lot of interesting information to me. I no longer feel so isolated. I have heard about many interesting ideas that I'd like to take on board in my work. I'd like to say hello to all of the participants. Again, I'd like to invite you to come to Georgia and visit the Vani Archaeology Museum. Oh, and Batumi Archaeology Museum. Thank you. Anybody else willing to say anything? In such a case, please turn on your videos that we can all see each other, and I'll take a group photo. 1, 2, 3. Please turn the videos on. Turn the cameras on. I'm doing screenshots. One more. Many thanks. It's done. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
شيبات قليساسا სამჯერა დაბადებული მონათულიცა ვარ სამჯერა ერთხელ სიკვდილი რას მიზავს ერთხელ სიკვდილის არ მჯერა